David, thanks so much for speaking with us.
Oh, thank you for having me, or me having you.
Let's start at the beginning. Your early life. When and where were you born?
I was born in like an industrial town called Luton, which is about 35, 40 miles north of London. Sadly, in 1962.
Why, sadly?
Well, because that makes me 55. I'd rather be 35.
And where did you grow up?
In Luton. It was and still is. Well, it's industry based, so the main thrust of the place was manufacturing. It had a football team. It still has a football team. The primary culture, it felt like, around the town was industry and football and pubs. That seems to be the main thing. So culturally, it wasn't the hotbed that one might have wished for growing up. It had a library that had a theatre alongside it, so there were occasional, there were productions that went on. There was a couple of cinemas there, which obviously was a highlight for me. But there wasn't an art scene. There wasn't a big theatrical scene. There wasn't like a professional theatre. There was an odd place just on the outskirts, actually, called Caesar's Palace, which was Luton's equivalent to the Las Vegas Caesar's Palace. And oddly, it was from the 60s and 70s. It was like a cabaret room, the same sort of things that they used to have at the actually at Caesar's Palace in Las Vegas. And you used to go there for dinner, and there would be a show, a cabaret. And in those days, they had a resident big band. It was like a 17-piece big band, which is a considerable amount. That's bigger than the sort of size band you would have in the West End show now in the Pit. But it was a big band, like professional players. And the club would open 6 nights a week. And you would have a major artist there for the week doing a show. And my dad used to sing sometimes with the band. And so we used to be able to go down there on a Sunday when they'd rehearse. They would rehearse the week's show. The MD of the artist who was in would come and rehearse the band, and the artist would rehearse his show for the afternoon and the evening. And then the show would start on Monday and it would run till Saturday. And people, everything from like sort of British sort of TV comedy and film comedy people who would do stand-up shows, like Norman Wisdom, to Roy Orbison when he was doing the sort of cabaret circuits, Diana Ross, Stevie Wonder. I saw Buddy Rich there. There was a lot of American, like, big artists came to the town and played there for the week. And I used to be able to get there in on the Sunday when my dad was rehearsing with the band and watch them routine the show. I mean, I was like 8 or 9, I suppose. But, seeing real musicians playing was fantastic in a place that was exclusively for adults as well. It's a sort of place you would never get into as a child. So it was like a fascinating insight into a different kind of world. But that was alongside the fact that the majority of my dad worked in a factory making steel ball bearings for machinery, and car manufacturing was a big thing in the town. So it was a bit like Detroit, I suppose, if you were comparing the two. General Motors and Vauxhall had their bases there, and I think at one point employed about 32,000 people in the town. It was the principal employer. So at my school, when you were finishing school, your 2 options were, do you go to further education, or do you go straight into the apprentice program at the factories? And those were the 2 principal choices. I think now your principal choice is further education, and I think Vauxhall now employ about 2,000 people. But my house looked over a car park of an electronics manufacturing company called Electrolux, who make fridges and freezers and Hoovers, Electrolux vacuum cleaners, and so my day would start with hearing 4,000 people arriving for a morning shift, and this car park filling up, and people streaming past, people who walk to work streaming past the front of your house. It does feel like a different era. Well, obviously it was a different era, but in terms of like employment, mass employment where people would work at, thousands of people would work at the same place on a shift as well. I mean, it's a major contributor to the town. But so the feeling around the place was industry and football, and then pubs and drinking. So not as much creative.
Was your father a professional musician?
No, he started off as a boxer. He was from Dublin, and he moved over to the UK in the mid 50s, for work, as did a lot of his brothers. He was one of 22 brothers and sisters. He was the oldest boy, and he came over here with, and his brother came over, and then his other brother, and then two of his sisters came over. So there's still there's a fair presence in the UK now, although most of the family's still in Dublin. And he came over here. He was a boxer. He fought for Ireland internationally. He was offered professional terms, but I think he came to the conclusion that that it was uncivilized. And I think as much as he liked the discipline of it, and part of the culture of growing up where he grew up in a council estate in Dublin, in the city centre, where there were, at that point when he was growing up, there were 8 or 9 of them in a 2-bedroom, like tenement apartment, effectively. Then boxing and fighting was a way of life, and he was good at it. He was really good at it. But he was also a brilliant singer, and it was one of those things where he was offered like professional terms as a boxer, but didn't want to do it. He met my mum, like had kids, and then he was offered terms as a singer, but didn't want to leave home because it would have meant going and touring and doing things like that. So he could have done. I think he could have done all of those things, but he decided he wasn't going to. So there's these two things sort of happening at the same time. You knew that there's the background of boxing, and but more importantly, like music, there was just music constantly. So he would constantly be playing music, either a record player or a radio. So there'd be songs constantly, and because he was going out and doing gigs as a singer, sometimes with this big band, sometimes just in pubs with an organist or an accordion player. He had a suitcase full of sheet music of sort of standards, popular songs that you just used to give to a keyboard player when you went to a show. And so those things were around all the time as well. So I suppose these were all seeded, the idea of music being a thing that exists and that can be a part of your life. And it's not just about the thing that you do. So, and listening to him and watching him perform, and he was a sort of very easy performer, and seemed to have no problem talking to people from the stage, and a lot of people liked him. He was a very sort of likable a performer and a person, and everyone seemed to know him. So you were around a lot of that, that kind of thing as normal. And when he was doing these shows, like at weekends, he would take me with him, sometimes brother and sister as well, to play. As soon as I could do something, like as soon as I could play Twinkle Twinkle Little Star on a recorder, he'd put you on a stage in a pub and tell everyone to shut up and listen to you play that. So the idea of being on a stage in front of people never bothered me because it was something it felt really comfortable. And also like later, sort of playing my own gigs and everything in and around the same town, you get used to the idea of sort of confrontational audiences and people that are there not necessarily to see you or to see music. And that's an interesting way of learning about people's behaviour and how to deal with people. It certainly, I think, served me well later when dealing with people in the film industry, of knowing that you've dealt with a lot worse.
We'll talk a little more about your childhood in terms of your experience as a student or the kind of interests or hobbies that you had from the from an early age.
My mum found an old exercise book that I wrote when I was 7 that said, like, what do you want to be when you grew up? And I said, I want to be a musician or an actor. And I suppose to a certain extent, doing this job, you do both, except no one's watching. The acting isn't something that you do, it's something that you write. You have to become the character. You have to understand the character as much as you do if you're a performer. So I just always remember just being in love with films, just seeing films and listening to music. And that was the only thing that interested me. I wasn't interested in sport. I wasn't any good at sport. I probably wasn't any good at it because I wasn't interested in it, which is weird because my dad was a athlete and his dad was an athlete. His dad was a runner, a sprinter. And so, but he never like pushed us into that kind of thing. I think he preferred the idea of doing music as a cerebral thing because, you're not going to get hurt. You're not going to break your leg, or get your jaw broken singing My Way. Well, in some pubs in Luton you might, but so I think it was much more sort of pushing towards the cerebral, creative, artistic thing which he favoured, and that's certainly what I responded to. I was only ever interested in creative things. I like to write stories. I used to love drawing. Yeah, that's pretty much all I wanted to do. If I had a blank piece of paper, I'd want to put something on it. I wasn't interested in problem solving. I wasn't interested in mathematical conundrum. I wasn't interested in practical solutions to things. I completely head in the clouds the entire time, just reading comics, reading books, spending a lot of time in the library reading Greek and sort of fables and sort of historic fiction. Theseus and the Minotaur, Hercules, like for amazing, stories, and just being at the library at the weekend and reading those, spending all my free time doing that. And if I wasn't doing that, I was trying to watch a film or I was drawing. But I never actually came to sort of play music properly till I was a bit older. And you do the normal thing, like when you're at school, when you're young, everyone puts you in you get in a room in a music class, and you've got a fairy liquid bottle full of stones, which is like a washing up liquid bottle, and you put stones in it, and you get the little tambourines, and you get the single chime xylophones, you do what you do in class. It's like you sing row 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 your boat or London's Burning, and you hit your tambourine, and everyone's playing their one note thing, and I remember I was about 6 or 7 sitting next to a kid who couldn't play in time, and I couldn't understand how you couldn't feel where the rhythm was in this piece. It felt so clear to me that when we were doing like London's Burning, which is like an old round that we used to do in school, which goes London's burning, fetch the engines. It's a round and round, it goes round and round. Everyone joins in, and this whole thing becomes like this harmonic whole. But he was just like, just not there, and I couldn't understand how people could sing out of key, out of tune, and out of time. I just couldn't understand it, because for me it was as clear as anything. And then I remember listening to things like that and hearing alternate lines within it, hearing other ways that melody could. I wasn't sophisticated in that, but I have a distinct memory of that happening, of hearing other tunes as well
In your head.
in my head as we were singing all these things. We did a Christmas show one year at school, a nativity show, where I didn't get a part. I used to get really irritated when I didn't get a part, because all I wanted to do was do things like in performance. But I wasn't Jesus, I wasn't Joseph, I wasn't Mary, I wasn't a leaf, I wasn't even a donkey or a tree. I think I was one of those people that stood on the side of the stage and handed Jesus to Mary or something when she walked on. But one of the three kings was meant to enter from the back of the hall and walk up to the stage with his myrrh to "We Three Kings of Orient." Oh, so that was the carol that played as he walked down. And the teacher asked him to walk in time with the music, and he couldn't do it. And I remember really feeling quite irritated that you couldn't feel the pulse of this thing. And I actually got up and said, "Do it like this. This is how you do it," and did it in time. They didn't give me the part, but it was still that. I just remember thinking, how can you not feel that, and how can you not hear it? But I know some people don't. I suppose when you're that age, it's just a bit odd that you're not really understanding how you can miss that. And that felt like the start of something, an awareness of music. I had a fantastic music teacher at that age as well, called Mr. Kerridge, who was so kind and warm and enthusiastic. That sort of went on for me as well. Like later on in school, the music teachers were generally so excited by what they were doing. As a child, when you look at a teacher who is as enthused by what he's teaching about, that you think, like, I don't know anything, but I want to feel like that about something. And it might as well be music, because this is obviously, he's the only person that I know who felt as excited as he did about music, much more than, the maths teacher didn't come bounding in, enthused about his book of logarithms or pi. Geography teacher didn't seem particularly excited about the reclamation of the Zuyder Zee or Oxbow Lakes or dendritic drainage. And but the music teacher used to be genuinely, properly enthusiastic about it, and that is incredibly captivating and stimulating and inspiring. As a child, if you're that excited about something, you figure, like, I want to know the secret of this. I want to know what it is that's so amazing about that. And that made me want to do well at music. It made me want to be a part of the thing that got him excited. And that included, like, school choir. You start with a school choir, elementary, instrumental learning, and then school, like band and orchestra. And it became a part of the thing that made the noise, the thing that got you excited. Going to see your first film, being in the cinema for the first time, listening to records, that moment of silence before something filled the space that ended up being the greatest thing you've ever heard in your entire life. And that was always the excitement about listening to a record or seeing a film for the first time. For that moment before it starts, you could potentially be watching the greatest thing that's ever been made ever. Certainly the thing that will become the favourite thing you've ever seen ever or ever heard ever. That was incredibly exciting. So once those opportunities started to present themselves at school, taking part in school concerts, performances, whether it was sort of acting or doing little sketches or performing instrumental things as a soloist or as part of the ensemble. I just loved the idea of that sense of communication. That seemed to me the most effective way of saying, this is what I think about and this is what I feel, than talking. It seemed like the most direct and the most obvious, and a way of making yourself understood without having to explain. That was the greatest thing about music when I was a kid.
What were the earliest films you saw as a kid?
Well, I think everyone does the standard Disney route, which I think there is no finer way of being introduced to films. Watching Winnie the Pooh and things like that. But in those days, in the 60s, there were two cinemas in the town. And in those days, it was a single screen, big screen, probably 800-seater theatres. Now with the multiplexes, it's like anything from 100 to 500. But these were like big screens, and they were divided into two halves. The right-hand side of the theatre was where the smokers sat. So if you wanted to smoke, you sat on the right. If you didn't want to smoke, you sat on the left. They used to sell programs in the lobby of the film that you were watching. So if it was Oliver, I distinctly remember this because buying the program after having seen the film and being able to take it home. And also they sold the album as well. The soundtrack album was in the lobby as well. They used to sell the usual concession bits and pieces. But you used to be able to come out of the film at the end, go to the lobby and buy a special program, which were quite lavish and extremely well presented and made, which was a kind of sort of the version of a DVD extras that you would get, or when, sometime in the future, Blu-ray extras or whatever extras it is we're talking about that aren't on the original release, in a book. So it was a memorial of the actual show, and also lots of information in it. And used to be able to buy the soundtrack album at the same time. So it was a proper event. When you went to see a film, it was a proper event. They would show one film and it would play for like 6 or 8 weeks and there would be nothing else on. So you'd have to wait a long time before something else played. And also, these films would never get to TV, usually 5, 6, 7 years after they came out. And there were only 2 TV channels as well. So the amount of opportunity you had to watch things was quite limited. So I started off in a very sort of brief period of time. I distinctly remember seeing Oliver and the Jungle Book in a very short period of time together. And then You Only Live Twice at a children's Christmas party. And those 3 films, if you think about them, they're all completely different to each other, and yet they share a completely unique sense of themselves. Oliver, one of the greatest stage musicals ever written. Every single song, an absolute classic. A brilliantly choreographed and directed movie. Iconic. Jungle Book, voice casting, songs, colour, drawing, movement, storytelling, amazing. You Only Live Twice, changed my life. So those 3 things, and they all have amazing songs in them. Not only is the incredibly effective scores, more so in You Only Live Twice, obviously, but Oliver, orchestral songs, Jungle Book, orchestral songs. So it had a sense of sort of contemporary music about it, because songs were the things that you heard on the radio much more than you would hear symphonic music on the radio. I would hear symphonic music from my dad's record collection, in amongst the sort of standards. He would have like Beethoven and Mozart, Tchaikovsky. So you'd hear that there by choice. You'd put it on, but it's less so maybe on the radio. Radio was that we listened to certainly were songs. And you had this instrumentation, which kind of like classic, timeless, brilliant arrangements of fantastic tunes with amazing lyrics. And I remember thinking this is somewhere between like film music and pop music are sort of stage musicals that have been filmed, and recorded in this way. And in the case of Jungle Book, obviously songs that are written for film, as was You Only Live Twice. So I think, they were sort of sowing the seeds of what I was interested in and why I was interested in it. But those 3 were the first 3.
How old would you have been when you saw those?
Probably between 7 and 9, I should think. When was You Only Live Twice? 69, wasn't it? I think. So yeah, 7. Yeah, 7.
Did you have any sense of the world of filmmaking or the cinema industry behind those projects?
No. When this was later, this became the big problem, because it was so out of your reach coming from that place. And obviously your family not having any experience in anything other than just doing ordinary things, I suppose, working in a factory. And my mum stayed at home to look after the kids, but before that, she was only like 21, 22, I think, when she had her first child. She was like a typist in a typing pool. So that was the reality. My dad's family were all sort of basically sort of labouring physical work. So not professional. No one went into further education, and kids didn't go into further education. So the idea was, you left at 16 and you got a job, and that was it. You worked. So part of the attraction, I suppose, was that it was otherworldly, and it showed you a world. It's one of the great things about films, isn't it? It takes you away from what you know and delivers you somewhere else. So you have some experience of what it might be like to be in these places and see these places. And especially the Bond films, I suppose, they were effectively travelogues. They became the thing that took you to a world you'd never seen before. Certainly, as a 7-year-old, I'd never seen Japan. And I know some of it was Pinewood, but some of it was Japan, and it was a hollowed out volcano. But, they had these vistas, these sweeping vistas with that extraordinary sort of John Barry score when you arrived in this new place and you go, I've never seen that before. My bedroom window looked out over a car park next to a factory. All of a sudden you're seeing all these extraordinary things. So I had no idea that people made films. I knew that films existed, but why would you even think at 7 years old, 8 years old, that someone wasn't actually Bill Sykes? How do I know that wasn't actually James Bond? I mean, that's the great thing about it. When you're that age, you believe that it's true. And then as a filmmaker, you kind of hope to keep that trick going forever and ever and ever. That you do your best to try and convince people that the story that you're seeing is believable. But you do believe it when you're that age. And no, I had no idea at all. I just knew that it was there and I knew that it had happened. But in terms of could I be that, I don't know. Obviously, in that book, when I was 8, want to be a musician or an actor, I knew that those jobs existed. We had a show called Top of the Pops in this country every week, which played music from the charts, from the top 20. And it was a massive show, like 17, 20 million people would watch it. It was on a Thursday evening. A huge amount of excitement about what would be number one and who would be on the show. And you would have performers would perform their song on the show. And so you'd watch that religiously. So I knew that this stuff existed. I knew instruments existed. I knew guitars existed. But they were like... They reminded me of the sort of special weapons that they used to have in those books that I read in the library. It was like a piece of magic. It was a guitar did unusual things. It made amazing noises, and people that held it and played it looked incredible, and the effect it had on people was incredible as well. So I knew that they existed. One day my mum sent my dad into town to buy himself a suit because he didn't have a suit. And he came back with an electric guitar instead that he'd seen in a music shop. Now, he didn't play, and I'm not altogether sure why he bought it, because I didn't play. Or maybe he wanted to learn. And that was left in the corner of the room. And you would used to watch Top of the Pops, and I would see this instrument. And it was like a mystical thing. I remember I took it into school once where they had a sort of fancy dress, sort of dress up day, and I came as a pop star. And I brought my mum's stack heel boots, and I put a big wig on and glasses, like Elton John's glasses. And I had this electric guitar, and it was a Hofner electric guitar, which was, a notable, not particularly good electric guitar, but it was red and it looked like a Stratocaster, and it was, it looked the business. It was, and it was an electric guitar, and it became a thing that people like, oh my God, what's that? It's an actually electric guitar. That's the thing we see on the telly. And so part of the thing then, when I took it home, and it used to be around a lot, I then went to my dad's bag full of standards. And in those days, when you bought sheet music, there was a piano, a piano and a top line for the vocal. But they used to have the chords, actually ukulele chords then, printed above the melody, above the staves. So where obviously with a piano part, you wouldn't write the chords, you would just write the actual parts out. But to have for guitarists and ukulele players, they would just have the chord symbols and the names of the chords. So I bought a book of chord symbols and learnt where to put your fingers, and I started learning a couple of basic chords. Now some of the later ones you would have guitar symbols, so you know where to put your fingers, but most of the time it's ukuleles and the name. And so I started just learning, because I knew the songs. I just started learning how to play along with those songs by looking at the chord symbols, trying to make my fingers do it with this electric guitar, and that's how I started with that as an instrument. And this was a big bag of music, so there was tons of stuff, from Ave Maria to Hey Jude to My Way, and everything in between. So I had a reasonable experience of being exposed to lots of different sorts of music. So my mum used to have Beatles albums, my dad used to have classic albums and sort of big band stuff, and a lot of actual soundtracks from musicals, Oklahoma, South Pacific, West Side Story, Cabaret. So lots of songs, lots of orchestras, lots of sort of contemporary stuff, and obviously the radio as well. So there was like tons of music constantly around, and so I learnt to play a lot of that stuff. And I think later when I was like performing, if people said, "Do you know this song?" invariably I would know it, which was useful.
How old were you when you taught yourself guitar chords?
Probably start when I was 8, I think. Before that, in terms of sort of education, when you're at school, everyone gets taught the recorder. Everyone gets taught the recorder because you just do. I don't know why that is, but that seems to be the standard entry level instrument for a lot of people. They're very cheap, and relatively easy to get a sound out of. Then when you're 11 and you move on to your next school, you choose an instrument. You have to choose an instrument. And because, with a recorder, you blow in one end and move your fingers up and down. What's the closest thing to that? A clarinet. Clarinet's the sort of thing where you blow your hand in, you do that and you blow in one end and you move your fingers up and down. So I started to learn that formally. That was my formal instrument. That was the instrument that I used when I joined the school band. And I sort of hated it, and I still do hate it, and I don't really like writing for clarinet. I like it when Benny Goodman plays it. I like jazz players, but I don't mean most of the program that you have when you're taught an instrument like that is classical, and I found it quite cold, especially as I was sort of getting on with the guitar a bit more, and that felt more expressive. It felt like I could get that to respond to what I felt more than I could for clarinet. And improvisationally, I felt easier with a guitar. I felt like I could go anywhere with a guitar. But with a clarinet, it felt like if the dots weren't there, I wasn't, for some reason, that connection between sort of melody, where it could go, fingers and mouth, never connected for me with a clarinet. But with a guitar, it absolutely did. It sort of flowed as an instrument. With a clarinet, I felt quite stilted. But it was the thing that allowed me to play with a band, a thing that allowed me to play with a school band and with a school orchestra. And that introduces you to a whole world of other textures, other tones, all the other instruments, the idea of ensembles, the idea of sections, how voicing works in sections, how it works, how rehearsing an orchestra works, how a conductor can make the difference in, you know, how a melody finds its way through an arrangement by adjusting balance within sections, and then sections within sections in the orchestra. So it's a great education as far as that was concerned. And also, it was a step closer to being part of the thing that made the noise. You know, the thing we were talking about earlier. The thing that I found the most fascinating was that I know how I felt when I listened to music. I know how I felt when I watched a film. And I always wanted to be a person who could be part of the thing that created that noise. And then when you find yourself for the first time playing a solo instrument in an ensemble, and the amount of racket you can make as an ensemble, you got like 35 kids all playing, you know, at the same time, with like these arrangements for a band, felt incredibly exciting. You know, you make the air shift. You know, you're making physical things happen. You're in the center of the beast that makes this noise that is so incredible. So I loved doing that, and then I loved playing live with that band, and we played a lot around the country as well as in the school, and it was a terrific school band. It's, you know, one of the best in the country, I'd say. And again, incredibly enthusiastic head of music at the schools, Colin Smith, his name was, who was passionate about it, and that translated into the performance. It translated into your love for what you were doing, because it felt special. It felt like it was something special.
What was the name of your school?
It's called Chorley Boys High School. It was a boys-only school in Luton, near Junction 11 of the M1. And it was next door to Chorley Girls' School, but never the twain would meet. Certainly in my experience it didn't. I think for some boys it did. But they used to start earlier and finish earlier, so we wouldn't meet on the streets. Actually, my sister was at the girls' school, and I was at the boys' school. My brother was at the boys' school as well. So yeah, entirely boys. Whatever damage that may have done or not, I don't know. I've got no idea. But it was interesting because you realise when you're at school that, you know, the value in people seemed to be the ones who were sporty, you know, the ones who could do physical things well. You had the swotty ones, the brainy ones, you know, who everyone would copy their homework of, and you'd be grateful for them because they would do all the work and you would nick their work and, you know, save yourself getting in trouble for not doing your maths homework. So the class breakdown tended to be at one end the ones who were into football and sport and either enjoyed that or were good at it. And then at the other end, you had the sort of brainy types who were academically gifted. And then this sort of middling thing in the middle. And I always found myself sort of somewhere in the middle, not quite brainy enough to be there and certainly not good enough to be part of a sport thing. So I found myself, in a way, sort of quite observational at school, you know, watching both kind of types function and not really engaging with it too much myself. The only thing I really want, you know, the classes I liked, obviously I liked, you know, like I liked art and I liked music and I liked English. Everything else felt like really hard work and something I wasn't in the least bit interested in.
Outside of the clarinet lessons and the playing in the band, what was the extent of your formal music education?
Non-existent was my music education outside of that. I mean, you learn it at school academically, you know, you do grades and things, but I was never, you know, as a performer, I did grades. I tried to get into various colleges and everything. I just wasn't good enough. As simple as that. it didn't stop me trying. But as a performer, I was never good. I mean, I remember sitting in the school band on second clarinet, sitting next to first clarinet, and thinking like, I'm never going to be as good as him. I'm just not. I know what I'm good at, and I'm quite good at this, but he's really good at this. And that was okay, because I figured like I'm no good at running fast. So why am I going to try and be a sprinter? Why would I say, do you know what, I want to run the Olympics. I want to be 100 meters champion in the Olympics, because I can't run fast. So I just, I felt quite happy about realizing that that's something I can't do or won't do. But I knew what I was good at. And I was better about, I always felt like more, like I always had ideas. And that seemed to be the great thing. Like in English, I remember like doing really well in English, because it's all about understanding ideas. The discussions you have about existing texts or Shakespeare is about understanding intent and ideas. And creative writing, it's all about coming up with, I mean, I used to write my own versions of books that I liked. I used to rewrite them in my own time. And because I like writing, and these are like sort of problem solving things for problems that don't really exist in the real world. But, with storytelling, story writing, art, coming up with something, blank canvas, I always used to be able to see something in my head that would work for whatever it is I was asked to do. And that was always the most exciting thing. If we had a project, if someone said, I want you to write a story about something, I'd be off. That would be it. That'd be the easiest and the greatest thing I could do. Someone said, I want you to draw something about, as a page from a story, illustrate that. I could see that immediately, and I knew what that would be. Someone asked me to work out the interior angles of a tetrahedron. A, I wouldn't know, and B, I wasn't interested. So I always used to favour those things, those the creative side, the idea side, and I did all right with the music academically, but I suppose it's a bit. I mean, I felt like I was a driver of a car rather than a mechanic. And I know that part of the idea of driving well is understanding how something works. But I was a lot less interested in how it worked than being able to actually do it. So I think I didn't pay as much attention as I probably should have done in terms of formal education of music. But subsequently later, I think what I realised was actually playing a lot and listening a lot was a huge advantage in terms of understanding how things worked. I sort of subsequently learned how to do what I do, but I sort of did that as an adult almost. I didn't really start looking at that seriously until I was sort of 19, 20, 21, I think. But at school, it felt academic, and the things that you have to do in music academic learning weren't the things that I was interested in. If I'd have known that there was any, hint of a chance that I might have a career or the chance of working in music, I probably would have, paid a bit more attention in harmonising a bit of Bach or something, and figuring out that stuff. But I didn't at the time, so I think they say over here, isn't it? To my shame, I've never been formally educated in composition, although I'm not ashamed of it. It's a popular phrase, though, isn't it? You can assume guilt for something that other people think you should have done. To my shame, I haven't. But no, I didn't.
What role did singing play for you?
It's tricky thinking about singing, because what I think about singing now is completely different. My understanding of it is completely different now to what it was then, and I've thought about it a lot as the purest form of music communication you can ever make. The single most direct access to you and your voice musically is always going to be singing, always. There's nothing between you and it. You know, there's always an instrument. There's always an instrument which is made of things and is mechanical and depends on a lot of things happening. But with a voice, it's your voice. Sounds an incredibly stupid thing to say. But I loved being in the school choir for the same reason I love being in the school band. You know, it's like, again, you're part of this thing which made a noise. We used to sing at school concerts, and we would sing 4 or 5 part harmony songs, stuff that I knew, stuff that I didn't know, stuff that I learned. But just that blend was so extraordinary, you know, that sort of choral thing of like, one of the most powerful things ever is human voice, and more than one is even more powerful. And it was a boys' choir as well, so that was a very different sort of texture. I've loved, you know, the human voice is the most extraordinary thing. And being in the choir, learning songs, singing was a huge thing. I mean, my dad was a singer, so I knew what he did. When I was a bit older, and like I was in a band, when we were gigging and working, you know, I mean, I was at school, but you would do Fridays and Saturday nights, you know, in pubs and clubs, doing standards. And, you know, that big bag of music that my dad had, I kind of learnt it all. And we used to go out and sing them and get paid, you know, get paid quite a lot actually for a 12, 13, 14-year-old. It was amazing. And I was in a band with my mate who was at school. We used to play bass and my brother played drums. And I used to sing, you know, 3 hours a night. I don't think I was any good at it, but I was, you know, I mean, I was okay. And I used to have a guitar and an electric piano, and I used to play for sort of 3 or 4 hours a night. Standards, you know, pop standards, regular standards. And I don't think I really found my voice until I was much older. But I remember liking being able to sing. You know, I like being able to translate all the things that you feel into something so direct. And I still do. I mean, I've sort of grown to love it much, much more as I've got older. And I know, I mean, I don't do it very often, but I really love. I mean, I do love singing probably more than anything. I think that's why I like songs as well. You know, it's just a very direct route to what it is that you're trying to say.
Where do you have a chance to sing now?
Well, it's a choice, isn't it? I mean, I could do anything. You know, I mean, I could go out every night of the week and sing if I wanted. But I tend to do it very rarely. I mean, I do concerts here and there where I'll do 2 or 3 songs in an evening of film music that I do. I will do some of the songs from films that I've written. But that's about it. You know, I don't really do it very often. Like charity stuff, sometimes I do a show, but not really that much. I do like doing it, but it's quite an unusual voice, I think. You know, it's like I was at a songwriters thing once a long time ago with a friend of mine who'd never heard me sing, and I'd done a song, I'd written a song, and I was just trying it out at this thing, and it came off stage, and he said there's something not right with that. I said, what do you mean? He said, like that voice coming out of that face. And it's a bit weird because it's like my voice is actually quite high and quite sweet in a way. It's quite weird. But I don't think I really properly discovered that until relatively recently. But you can only do that by actually paying attention to what you're doing. I think it's very easy to spend a lot of your time not really paying attention to what you're doing because of the pressures and the responsibility of everything else that you have to do. And all of a sudden, it's like, I think, especially with films, it feels like everything's such a rush and you have to get so much done in such a short amount of time. You feel like it goes past you. And sometimes you don't even feel like you've even engaged with it somehow. You know, it's like you don't feel you've connected with it. It's like I don't even remember writing that piece. You know, I've been up on stage when we've put a cue up and I can't even remember writing it. And it was only 3 weeks previously when I would have done it. It sometimes, you know, you don't have that luxury of being able to connect completely and totally with it, and then with mature thought go back and like redo things and look at stuff. Sometimes you do and sometimes you don't. But I think once I actually started thinking about singing, I loved it even more. B, I feel like I want to get better at it and do more of it. But I realise it's entirely me that's stopping me doing that. But yeah, usually it's just at concerts and things.
And when did you actually start writing original songs or music?
I think the big burst started when I was about 15. When you then start getting to the point when you think I could be in a band, and I could get to say thank you Wembley, good night, which of course you never do. And also, I think you read a lot. In those days, there were a lot of music press. There were like 4 music papers every week. There's like Melody Maker, New Musical Express, Sounds, and Smash Hits, I think it might have been. So Smash Hits was like a poppy one. Sounds was a kind of punk and a rock one. NME was sort of rock and alternate rock. And Melody Maker was sort of pop, jazz, folk. Extraordinary when you think about it. Like these papers came out, proper journalists writing proper think pieces about music and artists every week, and there was enough to sustain 4 or 5 titles for years and years and years. And I used to read those religiously. The reviews, the interviews, the testing gear, everything about it felt magical. And so I was sort of obsessed with it as a thing as well, as a thing, not only the art of it and the doing of it, but you sort of have a sort of start getting a bit of an awareness that there is an industry around it, that people can live alongside it and involve themselves in it and be a part of it, even if it's just writing about it. So in that, like reading all these things, and you realise that people do write, people write. And it doesn't have to be about 3 or 4 hours of singing someone else's stuff, about singing standards and cover versions and things like that. You can do your own stuff. So probably 15, started writing simple little songs. The guy that I used to play bass with lived around the corner, and we used to go out on Saturday mornings. We used to go into town and buy a record, and we used to go home and listen to the record. And I had a guitar and he had a guitar, and we used to try and learn the record that we liked, and we'd sit there and we'd break it down and figure out what the parts were. And sometimes we'd buy sheet music. Sometimes you'd find the lyrics in one of the magazines and write down what you thought the chords were and sort of break stuff down like that. So in the doing of that, I think you start to understand the structure of a song and how a song works. And also from the early days of learning a song, learning from those standards in my dad's bag, melodies, choruses, codas, verses, bridges, all these sort of technical terms, I suppose, but also the building blocks of songwriting. And also before electronic stuff really happened, songwriters would write at a piano or at a guitar, and it would be a sort of vertical sense of writing rather than a horizontal sense of writing. As soon as you've got a machine which goes bit, 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 and you're kind of tied to it. But when you're sitting at a piano or a guitar and you're just trying ideas out, you fill the thing up vertically rather than horizontally, and you move much more naturally through the piece. And you follow where the melody sort of takes you and where naturally your ear feels like you want to go. And that's a lot of throwing things away. Before you get to where you think it should go, you've got to take a lot of wrong turnings and dead ends before you finally arrive at the place where you think this is what this melody should be. And then you take a step back from that and you say, is it any good or not? It might be fully formed, but it might be rubbish at the same time. And you can't know that really that young, although there are plenty of great songs that have been written by, if you think the Beatles wrote their entire catalogue by the time they were 25, it's slightly depressing.
Can you remember any of your early songs that you wrote?
Oh yeah, every single one of them. There's still stuff that I've heard that I have in my head that I thought when I was 15 and 16 that still might find a home somewhere, that were pretty good, I think. I think most composers do. It's funny, like talking to them, you know, I've got a melody that I wrote when I was 15, 16 that still hasn't found somewhere to be, but it's still there, it's still vibrant, and it's still totally in my head. Yeah, so you constantly kind of catalogue melodies and ideas, and they're always sort of there in a way, you know, just sort of percolating. Yeah, some of them were all right, I think. Some of them were derivative, some of them were very obviously borrowed heavily from other things that I'd heard. But I think some of them were okay. Lyrically, I was never that confident as a lyricist. And I'm still not, which is why I like working with lyricists, because I think there's something quite exposing about a lyric which I don't think I ever feel really comfortable doing. And it might be that's why I do film music rather than be a performer, because I get inspired when I see something. You know, it's like if I'm left to my own devices, would I write a piece of music for myself? And the fact that I haven't tells you all you need to know, really. You know, it's like I don't feel the need to do it for myself. I always feel if I see something or someone asks me to do something, I'll think of it and I'll hear it and I'll do it. But if someone says, write whatever you want, that's the worst thing you could say to me.
What's a line from one of your old songs?
Oh, God almighty. It's you know what? It makes me shudder. Even as a 16, 15-year-old, I'm thinking, like, I can't repeat that. It's so indulgent and awful, and angsty and horrible. I'd rather someone never knew that. I might nick the tune again, but I'd never have the lyric.
What's a melody? What's a tune from one of them?
This is an inappropriate sound because it's a lute. But I think it was like when I was 15. I did that. Something like that. But then actually, you know what? It's like you realise with your head on now, because I mean I haven't played that since I was 16. It's a proper meandering piece of rubbish. That it's like bits of it are all right, but if I was producing that, you know, I would be hacking stuff out of that, no problem. Uber critical.
You mentioned you only lived twice, changing your life.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate on how it changed your life and the influence of John Barry's music?
The circumstances under which I saw it were unusual, I think, and distinctive. There was the Royal British Legion is an association to look after sort of ex-servicemen and things like that, and they have sort of social clubs in towns, which are open to most people, but it's like strictly for, for service people. And my dad used to play at these things. They used to have a little band there on a Saturday night, and so he used to go along. So we met everyone, knew everyone at these clubs, and they had a Christmas party in 1968-69, which was all the members, their kids came, they used to leave them there, and they had a kids entertainer. They had long trestle tables in this hall, and jelly, sandwiches, drink, the usual things, cakes. And there was a clown. And once that had finished, they said, we're going to show a film. So they drew the curtains and they set up a single screen. It was like a mobile screen. It was probably only about 6 feet wide and 3 feet deep. And it was on a stand, a bit like one of these sort of music stands. And then at the back, they had a 16 millimeter projector, which was on wheels, and they sort of trundled it up the hall and sat it about 3 feet away from where I was sitting. There was a wire with a single mono speaker that sat underneath the screen, and they thread this film through this projector, switched it on, and the film went through the machine, flickered. So I'm watching this thing, and you have the MGM Lion, which I'd never seen before, the gun barrel, da-dum, boom, da-dum, dum, da-da-da-da-da, bang, da-da-da-da-da-da-da, open up, big spaceship, little spaceship, dum, 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 bum, 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 down into the volcano. Da, 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 da. Morris Binder titles, song, Nancy Sinatra. Then like Sean Connery being post-coitally machine gunned to death before being dumped in the sea. And then the body is on a British submarine, and they unzip it, and he's got a suit on, and he comes out with a breather. It's like brilliant. I was 8. And the visual reach that had, you know, I mean, just the inventiveness of it. Seeing that volcano set, you know, watching something that looked like it was in space for real for the first time ever. And the sound of the music more than anything, the vibe of the music, the atmosphere of the music. That what really got me. So you had, within 5 minutes, you've got the Bond theme, you've got the Space March, you've got You Only Live Twice, you've got Sean Connery. You've got probably the most famous Bond villain's lair ever. And that was it, you know, and I was so engaged and so engrossed entirely. I've often said, like, you know, like Away from Luton, everything looks exotic. But that really was exotic and quite amazing. And I just remember the feeling and the sense of that music was so affecting. And it was an attitude as well, you know, there's something about the attitude of it. Not just the notes, not just the recording, not just the sound, but there was something beyond that, something about the attitude of the playing and of the intention that I found really engaging and completely arresting. And I think to some extent, like a lot of little boys, at that point, you know, you wanted to be James Bond. And why wouldn't you? You had little Nelly. You had a flying machine that came in a suitcase with machine guns on it and bombs. I still want one of them.
So how did this path of being a performing musician in a band segue into interest in film?
Well, I mean, don't forget, this was amateur hour. You know, I mean, like, it was in a band with my brother and a friend, and we were playing in pubs and social clubs. We would do Tie Yellow Ribbon Around the Old Oak Tree. We do some Eagles stuff. We do chart music. It was largely there as background music while people were doing something else. They were either in a restaurant, or they were drinking and talking, or they would be, you know, dancing at the end. So this wasn't a concert whereby people came to see us. You know, we were in someone else's space providing some music for them, like a function band, which is fine. You learn a lot doing that sort of thing. Not only about playing and about songs, but about people. So the point when that sort of crossed over was, I think, when I was 19. I was still at college, doing art actually. At this in Luton, in this industrial town, which is a place that had a lot of hat manufacturing and industry. These people had started an art space. There was a theatre space on the bottom floor. The second was a rehearsal space. And when we're saying about a rehearsal space, it was a room with a load of tractor tyres with some MDF boarding on top and an old carpet. And then right in the top, they had what they call their video editing suite, which was like 2 VHS machines and a sort of video mixing little board where you could go between the two. A little bit of shuffling and cutting. And this was at the dawn of the kind of technology of sort of video technology, where you could do things with some post-production in video, where you could make things, stutter and outline them and change colour. And this kind of inspired a sort of pirate, sort of alternate video editing stuff. And the people in the top had started doing these things which got broadcast on Channel 4, which in the I think 1981 or 82 started. They were doing. They would redo Margaret Thatcher's speeches so it looked like she was saying something else by cutting it up and then sort of spinning the video backwards and forwards, so you'd make a sort of political point out of it. And I used to go down there and practice with a band on a Thursday night, I think, and on a Saturday. And upstairs in the top was this guy 16 who's called Danny Cannon, and he loved music and wanted to be a film director. His dad was a props guy in films, and he was like a slightly sort of younger version of me. He was interested in drama, and he's in a drama group. He would direct like his friends in shows, and we put them on at this place in this theatre space. And we used to meet each other, like just on the stairway. He used to come up and listen to us play, and I used to come and watch what he was doing. And he said, like, I want to be a film director. And I said, oh, I want to be a film composer. So like, I'll do music for you. And that's how that started, actually. We would make a video with friends. With his dad had a Betamax camera. So Danny used to borrow that. And he would write little scripts, and the people that he was working with, friends, other students, used to go out on a Sunday morning and shoot scenes, and he used to cut them in this little place upstairs, and then I used to try and do the music for him. It was very haphazard, because no one owned anything. We didn't have any equipment, and there was no way of making it work. I used to be in them as well. I used to go and do sound with them, or everything was like a little collective, this little group of people. And we did it for a couple of years, and the only way I could actually get the music together for it was there's a guy called John Rand, who was the organist at the local Catholic church around the corner from where I lived. And I'd heard that he had an 8-track reel-to-reel recording machine and a couple of keyboards. One of which was an ARP Quadra, which was actually the one I got over there. And so I went round to his house and asked him if I could use his equipment. And he used to let me do it on a Tuesday night between 6 and 7 when he was having his tea. He used to let me be in his house with these couple of pieces of equipment, and I would record the ideas that I had for Danny's films, one track at a time. I would play the first line, go back, overdub the next one, and at the end of that hour I would have a couple of minutes of music recorded. We'd mix them down onto a cassette, take them back to this little arts place, and Danny would put it into the film, and that's how we made little films together for a long time, doing it like that. And Danny had made a film which he entered into the BBC Young Filmmaker of the Year competition, which was something that they don't do anymore. I think it was in 1985, 1986. And it won the overall competition. And one of the judges was Alan Parker. And Alan very much liked Danny's directing style. I think Danny really loved Alan's work as well, and I think there was a reflection of what Alan had done, not only in sort of music use, but also just in the style of it. You know, we are talking about homemade. You know, it's literally kids with a camera, with a VHS camera. But we always tried to do it as professional as we could. Danny was obsessed with it being as good looking as possible, and we used to have little premieres for it. Danny used to make little T-shirts up. You know, we'd have tickets and make a little program, even though you're only showing it to 10 people or your family. But you wanted to make it as convincing as possible as a piece, so on the back of this win, Alan Parker suggested that Danny go to National Film and Television School as a directing student, which he applied to do. He was 19, 20 at the time, I think. So I was 23, 24. I was doing regular jobs, you know. I mean, I was doing all of Danny's student films, his little films I would do, but I was doing sort of regular day jobs at that point. I was still gigging and doing things at the weekends, but the only sort of 2 picture stuff I was doing was with Dan. Anyway, so he went up for an audition, an interview at the National Film and Television School, and he got in. I applied, and part of the application process for a composer, and they only took 1 composer a year in those days. I think they have quite a lot more now. I applied, and you have to score a section of a student film that they send you. Now, I'd done by the time I applied, I think we'd done about 7 or 8, pieces of film, what you could consider film, and music to video, music to film. So I'd sent them those anyway, the same films that Danny got in on the strength of that work. He gets into the National Film and Television School. I did a piece which has to be fully written out, scored, timed, and recorded. So I did that as my audition piece, and I went up for an interview. Anyway, I didn't get a place, and he did. So for the next 3 years, Danny is at National Film and Television School making student films at quite a high level. It's a fantastic place. And he still asked me to do his film, so I would still be doing his stuff there. And then I met other students while I was there doing his things, and started doing their things as well. So I was doing quite a lot, but I wasn't allowed to use their equipment and everything. So I was sometimes going around John Rand's house, but I was sort of outgrowing that sort of level of access. So I think that's when I got my first computer, and a couple of keyboards and bits and pieces. In order to get that and to make some money, I'd started working at a recording studio. I'd done some demos of some songs, and the guy who owned the studio, it was called Thatch Cottage, and it was out in Royston, in Bedfordshire, in Hertfordshire. And the guy who owned it, Dave, was he liked the songs I was doing, and he said, you can use the studio for your student films if you want, but can you do some work for me for a couple of days a week to pay for it? So rather than me renting a studio, because I didn't have any money, I would demonstrate equipment for people that came in to buy equipment. And I would occasionally engineer for people who came into the studio. This is all self-taught stuff. I didn't know what I was doing effectively. I learned how to engineer by being at that place and trying things out and actually doing things. So I would be there for a few days a week. People would come in and I would talk to them about what they wanted, and I would demonstrate equipment, show them how to do it. I'd get sent out to do studio installations, where you'd wire everything up assemble everything, show people how to use equipment. And then at night, I would do film music, and I would sleep in the studio on the floor. And I remember for a long time, my diet was at the local supermarket. They used to sell really low-grade muesli, like in sacks, like the size of a pillowcase. And I used to buy that, and that was like a 2 weeks' food. And so I was eating muesli and sleeping on the floor of that. But it meant that I could get access to all this stuff. So, you know, he would have a lot of equipment around. So I'd be able to borrow bits and pieces, you know, some samplers and some keyboards, amps. Yeah, you know, 2-inch 24-track machines. So the standard of work that I could do then became much higher. But also a lot of that time, that equipment would be sold. So the next day, if I'd come in to do something, the thing that I'd been working on had been sold to someone. It wasn't there anymore. So you have to find a way around that. And that went on for a few years until Danny graduated. He graduated with a film that he actually shot in Los Angeles. And that was my first sort of time properly being in Los Angeles. We were there for 6 weeks, staying in an apartment, a 2-bedroom apartment in North Orange Grove. And it was sort of just over one street along from where Kettner's is. Is it Kettner's? What's the deli? The one where they have all the old people serving you near Fairfax.
Cantor's.
Yeah, Kettner's is the pizza place in Soho over here. Cantor's. So it was on the next street from that. And I sort of lived there for 6 weeks. And so we did a student film there. I was doing microphone boom swinging with Danny Hambrook, who was the sound guy, who's now one of the sort of leading sound guys in the country. And I came back and we did an orchestral score for that, which I used as sort of student string section for string band. I made a very small amount of money to do it, but that was the first time actually with a proper ensemble conducting with click. And Danny got a feature film off the back of that called The Young Americans, and he convinced the producers to let me do that film because I'd done everything up to that point with him. And also I had like a show reel of like 23, 24 films, short films, anything from 2 minutes to 15 minutes long. So we'd covered a lot of ground, and it was now 7 years later. So there's an awful lot of time had gone past, and we'd done a lot. It was quite slow because I was really only doing stuff for students, so nothing else was going on. So, they weren't doing that much. But also I wasn't in a commercial world. So my experience of doing all this was entirely sort of self-taught, learning as I went along in an environment that wasn't commercial. So I wasn't assisting anyone. I wasn't learning how the industry worked. I wasn't learning how a composer fitted in the professional sense. All I knew was I knew how to do the music. I felt like I'd learnt a lot about storytelling. I felt like I learned a lot about film. It's a good thing about the film school, even though I wasn't allowed to be there, I would go. And they used to have visiting filmmakers and directors who come in, and you would make a little project. You say they did. And they would then deconstruct the work. So I would sit in on some of those sessions where a great director would come in and take apart a scene and say, this is the reason why this isn't working, or this is how this could be better, or had you thought about doing it this way? So learning a lot about the structure of filmmaking, about how actually what everyone did. There were sound students there were cameramen, producers, writers. Everyone was at the same level, and so no one minded you being there learning about what they did. So it was a great education, even though I wasn't ever allowed to be there officially. And so Danny makes this feature film called Young Americans and convinces them to let me do it. And that was my first time with an actual feature with an actual budget as small as it was. and my only thing was that I wasn't sure if I'd ever get a chance to do it again. So I wanted to do a proper kind of orchestral, sort of hybrid electronic thing because I was interested in music and production and records and songs as much as I was in films and film scores. So I wanted it to feel like a kind of hybrid between those two things, and I think I've always been interested in those two things. But I wanted to make it cinematic. Danny wanted to make it cinematic. We weren't interested in making a sort of gritty council estate, druggy thing, even though to a certain extent that's what it was about. Danny wanted, he loved, like Tony Scott, Ridley Scott. He loved the looks of those kind of American movies, Hollywood movies. And he was interested in making it feel like a movie rather than just a film, if you know what I mean. And that's the approach that we took to that. And we wanted to have a song at the end. And we were thinking about who did we want to sing it. I was sharing an apartment at this point with Danny. He was in one room, I was in the next room. I was writing the score. My equipment was on a table at the end of the bed. It was a tiny little room. And there was a computer, VHS, an old 14-inch portable tube TV, and 3 pieces of sound generating equipment. It was all done on that.
Where did you actually attend college?
Well, I was at sixth form college, which is, I don't know how that fits in with American systems, but that was from the ages of sort of 16 to 19, where you do the next sort of level of work. And then after that, I went to a place called Barnfield College in Luton, which was a part of the art degree, and I did foundation art there for a year, which was basically art full time. And then I started at Middlesex Polytechnic doing music and art as a sort of teaching degree. But after 6 months, 7 months, I realised that it wasn't really about music and art, it was about teaching. And I knew I didn't really want to be a teacher. And the fact that they put us into schools, in the first sort of 6 weeks that you're there, you get sent into, from nursery school, like, 3, 4, 5-year-old kids all the way up to 15, 16-year-olds. And I realised that I really didn't want to teach. I didn't have the patience. The same impatience which made me annoyed with Michael Piper for not being able to walk in time at the Nativity play to We Three Kings. That was the same feeling. I couldn't. I used to get really annoyed that people couldn't understand something immediately. Why can't you hear that that's wrong? Why can't you feel that rhythm is incorrect? So I thought I probably wouldn't be a very good teacher. So I stopped and then started doing what you would call, I suppose, like regular jobs, irregularly, and multiple variations of regular jobs. But I figured, like, if I was gonna do music, then I had to sort of do it. I had to sort of commit to it. And I was living at home, and I thought, well, the only way I'm going to do this is to sort of work part-time. When I say part-time, I would do 2 or 3 weeks of work, and then I do 2 or 3 weeks of writing. So I registered with an employment agency. And the kind of jobs that you get through an employment agency as a temp worker is that you tend to get the sort of jobs that no one else wants to do. And it was fascinating for me because I would do 1 week, I would be like in a factory in an office where I had to wear a tie, and I'd be working in the computer department or in the sales department, where you had to have relationships with sort of customers and suppliers and employees. And then 2 weeks later, I might be back in that same building, but on a production line, where the people in that office would look down scathingly upon the people that worked on the production line. And the people who worked on that production line would look up scathingly at the people who worked in the office. And watching both sides was like fascinating socially for me. And I used to do lots of different jobs. I used to be picked up in a van at like 4:30 in the morning and driven somewhere, and you wouldn't really know what you were doing until you got there. And sometimes it was a building site, sometimes it was a shop, sometimes it was a bakery. And you'd be there with a van full of people who actually couldn't do anything else. They were doing that because that's all they could do. I was doing it because I was choosing to do it in order to make some money while I was writing. And just feeling a part of that group of people was fascinating and amazing. And looking at what people's lives were like. So it really opened my eyes as to how different people are, and how it certainly informed me in terms of tolerance, I think, in terms of how I dealt with people and how I was with people. Because you never know what people's backgrounds are, and you never know what's going on in their lives. And the sort of divide that there is between, sort of blue collar, white collar, everyone's still a person, and everyone tended to have the same sorts of problems, but it was amazing watching the difference, and the difference in perception about what people thought the other group were like. And having been in both groups, realising that either could have swapped and it would have been kind of the same. Probably the people who were doing that job probably could have done the other jobs, just that's where they find themselves. So all that stuff, being told what to do by someone sort of 5-6 years younger than me, who I suppose academically wasn't as qualified as I got, who was telling me, how many bricks I should be lifting up at one point and at what pile they should be putting them into. I remember once going up to I was on a building site, and this guy, very young, was saying, I want you to unload the bricks off that lorry and put them over there. And I said, okay, what shall I do after that? He says, well, come and see me after that. I said, well, if you tell me now, I won't have to come and find you. He goes, no, come and see me. I said, well, if you just tell me now what to do after I've done that, I can go straight onto that. I don't have to walk all the way across there, find you in your office, and you can tell. He goes, no, you can't. You've got to come and see me, find out what's doing next. Well, I found out the reason for that was that a lot of the time, people who would be doing that job would forget what they were supposed to be doing afterwards. They would just forget, and then they would just wander off, or they would do something else. So it's like simple little bite-sized pieces of information. You do that, and then you come and see me, and then I tell you what the next thing is. And so, yeah, it was a lot of like sort of physical labour, very, very odd jobs. Unblocking a lift shaft there'd been a rainstorm, and it was full of sand and water. And it was on a building site, and they built a lift shaft, which was, the bottom part of a lift shaft is about 10 feet deep, 12 feet deep, where they put the springs, the giant springs. So if the lift does come loose of its attachments, it bounces on these things. So these things have to be sort of set into the ground. And this huge hole, concrete hole that had been made, was half full with sodden sand, and it was raining. And they couldn't get a pump to get it out because it was too dense. So they called the employment agency. I turn up, they give me a shovel, and they said, clear that. And that was it, 2 days of trying to shovel wet sand 10 feet above your head. And that was a job, it was a job for 2 days. And then they gave me a job cleaning the inside of cornflakes toasting ovens, where the corn was roasted. And they manufactured these things before they went to the actual cornflakes factory. So I had to go in the thing with a bucket of bleach and a cloth, and remove all the markings and the grease marks from the manufacturing process. That stuff. I fitted out like a homeware store. I sold carpets. I sold ping pong balls, dartboards. Sold things. Was a steward at like rugby matches. Distributed potatoes, loaded apples, just weird stuff, but fascinating. I'd be doing that and then I'd be writing music for a student film. Very enlightening, and I think in terms of like how you treat people and how you are with people, it was one of the greatest lessons I think you can learn, to have to do that sort of thing with people that don't have any choice, especially.
How did The Young Americans come about?
Danny had finished, well, we'd all finished the student film, and Danny had got his first, about a year later, he'd written the script, and he had got him and the producers, Paul Tribitz and Alison Owen, were looking at financing it and putting the money together. So it was a low budget feature, and Danny convinced them to let me score it because I'd done everything else that he'd done up to that point, and luckily they did. And I said it was low budget, it was quite quick, and the whole thing was literally written in a bedroom on limited equipment, and we had very little money, but we had enough money to do an orchestral score, and I wanted to make a thing that sounded like a proper score, the sort of thing that I'd grown up listening to and loving, something that sounded like film music, and Danny was sharing an apartment with me in London, and he was in the bedroom next to me. I was in a very small bedroom. This equipment was just at the end of my bed, and I used to sit on the end of the bed with like a VHS machine that I had the film on, and a little Atari 1040 computer, and like 3 sound modules, and it was all done on that. It was all put together on that, and we had one morning of recording to do the whole thing, and it was quite terrifying because up to that point I didn't formally know how to do anything. I'd never worked with a music editor. As far as synchronization was concerned, I didn't really know how to do it. I was guessing. The way I would do it was that I would run the film, and when I got to a point before I knew I wanted my cue to start, someone would do something. They would either look like that or they'd put a glass down. I would press go on the computer, and then it would catch up roughly. So it wasn't sunk, it was, roughly done. And then I would put the thing together like that. So it was all quite guessworky. And that's how the recording session was. It wasn't properly sunk to picture. So that was a bit of a learning curve. I mean, luckily Nick, who was conducting, was brilliant at pushing and pulling the performance, so it was where things were meant to be, and we did the whole thing very, very quickly, and we wanted to have a song for the end, and I'd had an idea which I liked, and right at the beginning of the process I'd played Danny the idea, which was like the main sort of vibe and riff for a thing called Play Dead, and he didn't like it, so I left it alone. I did the film. I kind of put bits of that into the film, and then at the end of the process, when I was still playing him, roughs on these sort of quite limited equipment, I said, I've had this idea for a song, and I played him the same thing again, and he did like it. And then we were talking about like who could we get to sing it, and we were thinking about Kate Bush and Liz Fraser from the Cocteau Twins, and Björk had just left the Sugar Cubes, and she lived 2 streets away. She just finished recording Debut, her first solo album, but hadn't released it, so she was just at the final stages of that. So I asked if we literally stuck a cassette like through her front door with a little note saying, we're doing this little film, would you be interested in singing a song? And she came round to our house like 2 days later, sat in the front room, and we showed her bits of the film. I played a rough idea of the song, and she said she'd do it. Danny wrote some phrases and things that he thought were important, that felt like they were part of what the song and the film was trying to say, and she took those away. I was listening to a lot of Jar Wobble was a bass player who was with Public Image, and Skip McDonald and Doug Wimbish, who were doing sort of dub metal kind of things, and I loved the vibe of that music. And so I contacted Jar Wobble and asked him if he'd play bass on it, and he came around the flat and was playing around ideas with this riff and thing that I had, and eventually we sort of formed what was going to be the song. And on the day of the actual recording, we'd recorded the entire score, but this song was like 3 minutes long, and we had 3 minutes at the end of the session before we'd lose the orchestra. So the recording that we ended up with was the read-through. So there was no rehearsal. We just put it in front of them and we just went, and we had to record it. We did it without click, and it was quite fluid in its timing. But literally the last bar stopped at 1 o'clock when we had to stop, and that was the end of it. Which is why there's a couple of little splits and problems in the actual recording. If you listen to it, there's a French horn split, there's a trumpet split. But there's something about the energy of it which was inescapably unrepeatable. And you wouldn't want to either. You know, it felt so energized. When we ended up doing the remix of it with Tim Bomb the bass, ended up having to cut the orchestra into 2-bar sections and retime every part of it so it would actually fit with a track, because it was that fluid, it was moving about. A guy called Kerry Hopwood had the unfortunate responsibility of doing that, so that was I think it was like 2 days work just doing that. But it came out with this thing, and then we recorded the vocal with Björk, and she was extraordinary, like 2 days later, and it was so easy, and that became the end title of the film. And then she released that as a single, and it became a big thing for her, and it went on to her first album. And all of a sudden, it was a big thing for me as well, because it was credited, you know, like the artist was Björk and me. So all of a sudden, people would return my phone calls that never did before. And the film came out. It didn't do too bad. It didn't really get released that much anywhere else. But the music went down well, and the song was a big thing. And that was the kind of principal stepping stone to the next thing, which was Stargate.
How close did you come to scoring Danny's next film, which was Judge Dredd?
Well, I wanted to do it, and Danny wanted me to do it, but I think he was 27 years old, and he was directing Judge Dredd, and he was in the belly of the beast. You know, it was Sylvester Stallone, so you had a proper heavyweight Hollywood movie star, and you had Andy Vania and Mario Casar producing, who were, you know, Hollywood producers in the mold of Hollywood producers that sometimes you read about. You know, they do what needs to be done, and I think that they felt that with the weight of responsibility of a big film on Danny's shoulders as a director, that they wanted more experienced people in key driving seats in production, just to ensure that things went well. And I think that was a thing that made them go with Alan Silvestri, who I think did one of the best scores he's ever done with that film. I was astonished about, you know, I mean, it was absolutely brilliant. I think Jerry Goldsmith did the trailer. Jerry had done all the Rambo movies and had worked with Mario and Andy before at Carolco. So I think he did that for them, and Alan did the score, and it was fantastic. But it was interesting because I was when we were sort of fast forwarding a bit, but we were still in this little flat in London. Well, actually, we'd moved to another one, but it was still just me and Dan. I'd come home from recording Stargate, and he would be shooting Judge Dredd. And I came home one night, and like Diane Lane was in our front room, and he came home with the Judge Dredd helmet, and the special effects guys were around, and it was like amazing because like literally a year and a half previous, we'd been sharing a flat doing student films, and now he's directing this sort of big Hollywood thing with Sylvester Stallone. I'm scoring this big Hollywood sci-fi thing with like Kurt Russell and James Spader, and it felt completely normal. It felt like normal because in a way we were still the same people doing the same thing in the same house with the same stuff, but then just the responsibility got bigger. So that was as close as I got. I never wrote anything for it. But I mean, Danny had loved Judge Dredd forever and had always wanted to make that film.
So how did you make the leap from first feature to this mega budget Hollywood special effects Stargate film?
So I was swimming in rivers of ignorance. I had no idea how anything worked. I wasn't in the system. I wasn't part of the process of being a Hollywood composer or being a media composer. I had done everything I'd done kind of on the outskirts of the entire process, idiosyncratically and largely self-taught. And we got to this point where we'd made our first feature film via those methods. Young Americans was a film that was financed and produced by several entities, one of which was Canal Plus, the French cable network company. It's a guy called Mark Friedman who was heading up Canal Plus, and he was in Hollywood, in the Hollywood arm of Canal Plus, who were setting up a sort of Hollywood arm of production alongside Coralco Pictures, who was Mario Casar and Andy Vania. And they had made a lot of big movies. Rambo, I think they were involved in Terminator as well. Possibly not. But anyway, a lot of big things. And Mark knew Mario, and they were they were in business together. And Hollywood producers, they're always looking for new talent. They're always looking, especially like directorial, like, sort of whiz kids, new talent, new ideas. And Mark had mentioned Danny and Danny's film to Mario Casar. And Mario was very much interested in Danny as a director, as a potential director for, he wanted to meet new talent. So he asked if we wanted to go over, well, specifically if Danny wanted to go over and meet with him, just to meet and to show the film. And so I came over with him, and we took a print of this thing with us, and Paul Tribitz, the other producer, was involved as well. And we rented a car. We put the print in the boot/trunk of this rental car and drove it up to Mario Casar's Hollywood mansion. And it was properly what you'd read about. It was Doberman's security, lit. Went into his front of the house, into the main room. He had all the Rambo films that Jerry Goldsmith had done. Mario had all his batons that he'd conducted with fanned out in a presentation box on a page of the score, front page of the score from all the Rambo movies. There was the Charlie Chaplin's hat and cane from Chaplin that he produced. I think he had the original Bible. It was almost like everything that you'd ever read about was in this guy's living room. Enormous glass bowls. Anyway, he had his own cinema and his own projectionist. So Mario comes out, says hello. He's going to watch the film. This is like really late at night. This is like 10, 11 o'clock at night. He said he's going to watch the movie. We can wait in the games room. The games room was, it looked like it might have been a squash court at one point. But in it, around the walls, were pinball machines of all the movies that Mario had done. And above these pinball machines were the box office grosses, the worldwide box office grosses. So just, you knew where you were. Mario comes out, hour and a half later. Really liked it, really liked the music, lovely to meet you, blah, 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 blah. And that's it. We went home. I was sleeping on a sofa in an apartment that Paul had rented. And I took a look round and I thought, well, I might as well go home now because there's nothing, there's not really much else I can do. And I think Paul and Danny and Mark knew that Mario had a couple of films in production and were kind of nudging him a bit to talk to me about it. I'm pretty sure there was some lobbying. So Danny was talking about doing Judge Dredd. Roland and Dean were doing, Roland Emmerich, Dean Devlin were doing Stargate with Mario as well. And it was the early days. And they managed to convince Roland and Dean to take a meet with me about the music. I got a phone call, I think it was like Mark Friedman and Danny were saying like, we played, they like the music for young Americans. And especially there was this cue called Christian's Requiem, which was quite a big sounding, Hollywood sounding piece. It was melodic and it was quite grand and it had choir on it, so it was, ticked all the boxes in terms of this sounds like a big deal. And they played it to Dean and Roland, who liked it. So I was then flown over to meet with Dean and Roland at Corolco on Sunset. Now, bearing in mind, I got this phone call. I was in this flat that I shared with Danny, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, this is a bit real world now. It's like, this isn't just us doing our stuff together. This is someone else's stuff, and it seems like quite a big deal. And they sent me the script for Stargate, and I'd read it, and I had loads of ideas. But I thought, like, how do I pitch this? This was before the equipment existed where you could sort of mock something up convincingly, and it never really used to happen anyway. So I'd read in Empire magazine, and in Premiere magazine, which were the two big film magazines in the UK, about people pitching scripts, like about writers going in to see a producer and saying it's Die Hard on a boat. It's like they had these little catchphrases, things that would be reductive and would be easy to understand. So I was on the plane over and I was thinking, like, well, what can I say that it is? And I thought, well, it's Star Wars meets Lawrence of Arabia musically. And I had a few ideas. I had a meeting with Dean and I was singing some of the ideas out and we were talking about what it could be. And I came back, and then like 2 weeks later I got a phone call asking me if I'd do it. I realised when I was in that office talking to Dean and Roland and Mario that is such a rare thing. Because in that office, on the desk, were CD submissions of every composer I'd ever heard of in my entire life who was working in Hollywood. I mean, everyone had sent stuff in. Their agents had sent them in. And you think, you are in competition with these people who are your heroes, these people who have inspired you and made you want to do these things. You are now in competition with them for getting this kind of film. And it just made me realise that the most powerful thing that you can have in this industry is relationships. I got an honorary degree from the University of West London And you have to go to these things and give an inspirational speech about something amongst the people that have genuinely worked for a degree and got a degree, right? They're giving you one for free. So you immediately apologise to the people who've actually done the work and say, look, I know that this isn't an achievement based on what you've done. You've got the real achievement. But I think the idea is that you go and you say something about, you know, if you've got somewhere a little bit further down the line, what happened. And it became a thing about your big break. Like, what is your big break? What was your big break? That's the thing that a lot of people ask me a lot of the time when I do like talks at schools and colleges and music industry things. What do you think your big break was? And we have a romantic notion of what you think your big break is. You know, a lot of people think that your big break is that, oh, I was busking outside Leicester Square tube station, Steven Spielberg saw me, you know, or George Martin saw me, or Trevor Horn saw me, and then, you know, booked me into the studio, and then I'm on Top of the Pops. Or then I'm on, you know, at the Hollywood Bowl. But I realised actually that my big break was meeting Danny when I was 19, 20 and he was 16. Because if I hadn't met him, I wouldn't have done those student films. I wouldn't have done my first feature, and I wouldn't have been in a position where I had work which would convince someone that I could do a film like Stargate. And it made me realise that in amongst those stacks of CDs of everyone that had ever written, you know, any sort of brilliant piece of film music ever, that the only reason they were thinking about me was because of my relationship with Anne and the fact that they'd sort of badgered them about it, and in a way sort of convinced them that I could do it. So that was a very enlightening moment, to realise that the only reason I'm here is because of my relationship with those people, rather than how good I am. Because everyone could have done it, you know. I mean, there are thousands of people that can do this job. And it's one of the pieces of advice I give to anyone. It's like I said, you're much more unlikely to get a job from a cold call, you know, from the idea that someone would say, I don't know who this guy is, I like this, I'm going to let him do it rather than Hans Zimmer, for instance. You know, why would you do that? Unless you're the guy that had worked with you, me, your entire life. And then, so I say, like, build relationships with people who are at the same level of you as much as you can. Find people who are at the same point in their career as much as you can. And be in it for a bit of a long haul, you know, because the chances of you being offered anything huge immediately are very, very unlikely. The chances of your talented friends moving up and doing bigger and better things and taking you with them is much more likely. And I think that's the reason why I was there in that room with those people at that point, principally because of that. And they asked me to do it. And so all of a sudden, I was thinking, how do I do a film like this? Because all I know is how to do these little things, how to do these little intimate pieces with equipment that's on a single table at the bottom of my bed. But that's effectively how I did Stargate. I mean, I moved the equipment to a hotel room in Los Angeles, in a bedroom, in a hotel room, and I did exactly the same thing there. I had the film, I had this limited equipment, and I spent 6 months, I think, in that room, making a lot of mistakes, not really understanding how things worked, not really understanding how the editorial process worked in Hollywood, how test screenings worked, the fact that I would get a scene one day and then the next day I would get it recut, and then the day after that I would get it recut. Rather than waiting for them to finish what they were going to do with it, I would score it and then I would rescore it, and then I'd spend 11 days on one cue once because naively I thought that's what you're supposed to do. I thought I was supposed to keep up with the cut that I was getting, and it was being changed and experimented with so much. It's a complete waste of time, until someone says this is it. It's like you best leave it. If you do it once, I want to wait. Now it's like I would wait until they're a bit further down the road before I sort of redo it. But I think that's why it took me so long. And the only reason it took me so long because I was inexperienced. You know, I didn't really know what I was doing. I would just write all the time. You know, if a new scene came in, I would write the music for that scene, even though I knew that next week they'd be redoing it. And it was a very interesting time. Dean would come over to the room, and I would play him key sequences, which were very rough. I mean, it was rough. There wasn't that much gear about, really. Certainly, I didn't have much, and I didn't know what the expectations were. So he heard key sequences and main themes, but not really much else apart from that. Roland didn't really come over as frequently as Dean did. And I had a music editor for the first time. I didn't know what a music editor did, never had any money for a music editor. And all of a sudden, we had a music editor who was sort of in charge of the temp, who was in charge of letting me know when changes were made, about all the time code things that were happening, which versions we were working with. And that was a great luxury, because that means that, well, you know, if anyone's doing anything that I don't have to do, I'm happy. So she did an amazing job, Laurie, on that film. And I learnt a lot just about, you know, like pacing and space from she would say, you know, it's like, I've left a gap here because this is going to happen soon in a temp, where I might have played all the way through it. So again, you know, another education for someone who'd done a lot of films and knew what they were talking about. It's always good to listen and learn. And we recorded that in London, here at Air Studios, and we were flying over, and halfway through the flight, I think Dean and Roland realised that they hadn't heard the score, and that they didn't really know what it was like, or whether they were going to like it or not. They'd heard bits and pieces, but not much. And I think the first piece we put up with the opening titles, and I think they relaxed after that had happened, because it was the big theme, I suppose. And hearing it realised, you know, with a full orchestra in an extraordinary recording environment, played so brilliantly by the musicians, all of a sudden this thing came to life. All of a sudden, you're making a film. It was the end of a very, very long haul, and also the way I worked with Nicholas Dodd, my orchestrator, who was in the room next to me, was at that time I was still doing stuff on an Atari. The way we would work was that I would sketch the cue. I would kind of put the cue together. And then Nick would come in and we would go through the score edit, because it didn't have printers or anything. And he would write down what was on the screen onto paper, and then finish the orchestration in the next room, and I'd move on to the next piece. And that was it. It was the two of us doing that for months, it was amazing in a lot of ways, because, you know, we'd never really spent any time in America before. We'd never done an American film before. It was odd in a way, because it was, you know, your equipment was in the room where you were living, and so you didn't really have an existence outside of that room. So it's sort of weirdly debilitating in one sense, and felt quite frustrating in another, because you were literally there the whole time, morning, noon and night. And the equipment was always there, and it was always on, and it was always humming, and you'd wake up and you just hear it going, I'm still here, you've still got to do all this. So it was nice finishing. And luckily it played well, it went down well, and the music was well received. And then Roland and Dean developed Independence Day and asked me to do that as well.
Prior to Independence Day, how much music did you ultimately write for Cutthroat Island?
One of the producers on Stargate was called Joel Michaels. He was producing a film with a writer-director called Tab Murphy called Last of the Dogmen. And that was the next thing that I did, which was a glorious experience. Again, living in a an apartment in a hotel room in Century City, writing it on the same equipment in a bedroom, recording it over here. Joel was one of the producers, I think, alongside Mario on Cutthroat Island. And I think after the success of Stargate, and the music was bold in Stargate. I mean, it was very upfront. It was unapologetically demanding your attention. So this is a big pirate movie. So I think they felt confident enough to ask me to do that. And I said I would. And I met with Mario about it and Joel about it. And I flew out to Morocco. Was it Morocco? Malta. It was Malta, where they were shooting. And I watched what they were doing, and I was talking to Rennie Harlin about what he was doing. And I ended up... It started going a bit strange before I'd even begun. I'd come over to spot the thing and to start writing some ideas for it. And I was staying at the Chateau Marmont. And I remember not being able to see the film, like saying, Rennie saying, like, you know, I don't want you to see it yet. I don't want you to see it yet. And I was in the country with nothing else to do. And I said, well, can I come over to the cutting room and see something? He goes, no, you can't see anything. He'd write me very, very long faxes explaining what he wanted to get from the music, what he wanted to experience and what he wanted to feel from the music, but he wouldn't let me see the film. And it was quite peculiar. So I started writing what I felt were like the right sorts of themes for that sort of thing. And actually, I thought they were really good. Now, I figured like Rennie sounded like the sort of person who would need something a bit more detail in a mock-up than I could do with the equipment that I had. So David Newman very generously said that I could use his studio. So I brought over the scores of the themes that I'd written and recorded them using his equipment. He wasn't there, but I was hugely grateful. It was a very generous thing to do. And we sent them over, and so Rennie sent some very strange faxes back about the size of the boat that he thought it sounded like, but it didn't sound like a big enough boat. And I was saying, look, it'd really help if I could see the film, because I'm sort of in the blind, I'm in the dark. I don't know if you're putting music up against picture and thinking, like, I don't think this is working. I said, but generally the way it works for me is that, when you see a film, that makes you think of what the music is. I mean, I think it was, I'm pretty sure it was working anyway. But I think I ended up doing like one scene. Rennie came over he let me see a bit of the film. And he gave me one scene, which was like a dialogue scene to score. And it just felt like it wasn't right. The relationship with him just wasn't right from the start. It was one of the most peculiar things that I've ever been through, and still is. I never really understood why. I couldn't figure out why he wouldn't let me see it. I couldn't really figure out quite what he wanted. And it felt like I had like 3 or 4 themes, I think. I had a theme for the bad guy. I had a kind of swashbuckling theme for the secondary character, and I had a sort of general sort of Cutthroat Island thing. I can still remember them all as well. I never really got to the bottom about why it didn't work. I think Rennie just wasn't happy from the start, and I was only there for like a week and a half, I think, and we were saying like maybe this isn't such a good idea, and so we sort of parted company on that basis. And it was weird because then when John Debney did it, and he did such a brilliant job, and I remember thinking like, but this is like exactly the same sort of thing that I was doing. Of course, you're going to write a pirate movie with swashbuckling music. It's going to sound like that. So it was quite odd that it had happened. I found a poster at home the other day, and a teaser poster that's still got my name on it, Cutthroat Island teaser poster. I was going to send a copy of it to John. I haven't done yet. But those themes I thought were really good, and they may well find a way into something at some point. Not that I tell anyone.
How much of a leap was it then to do Independence Day in terms of scale, experience?
Well, in a way, it was almost the same thing. It was the same people, the same crew, pretty much. An ambitious, over-the-top premise, a sort of demand for heightened music, big themes, and the same equipment in the same hotel room, a different hotel room, but down the road from the other hotel room. So we adopted exactly the same approach to it. I read the script. I wrote some themes. I initially sent them off to Dean and Roland. They liked them. Waited for the cut to come in, and started working with that. So in terms of the process, it was almost identical.
Why do you think that score has had the robust afterlife that it's had?
I think most of the big scores that we look at and think of as that have a life beyond the film, it's very rare that they're not attached to hugely successful films. If you go to a film music concert, most of the titles that you'll see performed are by hugely recognisable, high-profile, successful movies. And I think that's got a lot to do with it. I mean, I think in terms of the platform, a hugely successful movie is the best platform you're going to have for a movie score. It doesn't mean it's going to do well. It doesn't mean it's going to translate. It doesn't mean it's going to leap from the screen to a CD player or an MP3 player or enter the consciousness. I mean, there's been plenty of big movies that have had scores that, people wouldn't recognise or could cliche whistle a theme to. But if you do have something like that, then certainly you've got a much better chance of it, getting somewhere if the film does well. And I think Independence Day was one of those films that sort of caught everyone at the same time, slightly unawares, but also with a brilliant marketing campaign. It grabbed everyone's attention, and it was sort of unashamedly honest in what it was. It was a hugely sort of glorified B movie to a certain extent, and I think it revelled in its own appeal as far as that was concerned, and it never pretended to be anything else. It didn't have pretensions of grandeur. It didn't pretend to be having a grand message or has significance in other ways. It was on a broader scale, I suppose. I know Dean was very keen on it to be seen as a sort of idea of a film about people coming together under a common problem, and that they would work together to solve it. But for me, it was, how do we blow that up and make it look great? How do we make all this stuff look fantastic and be funny and entertaining? And it's a what if film. It's what Roland does so well. It's like, what if you dug up a giant circle from the desert that allowed you to go to other places if you walked through it? What if you woke up and there's a 25-mile long spaceship over every capital city in the world? What if the environment collapsed? He does these sort of what if movies really well. And I think the genius of that original marketing campaign with the White House blowing up was so unexpected. and oft copied, I think. The destruction of landmarks is often copied. It sort of grabbed everyone's attention, and it stayed there. It was a campaign that became almost as entertaining as the film was. And I know that was partly when Godzilla happened. They were sort of attempting the same thing, to kind of have a teaser that made everyone go like, "Wow, what's that?" And I think the teaser of the White House blowing up was incredibly significant in the success of that film. And the film then actually delivered on the promise, and I think that's the other important thing. If a film doesn't deliver what everything is promising you it will, the marketing aspect of it says it will, then people are just going to be disappointed. But it's a film that did live up to and exceed, I think, the expectations of the marketing campaign. And everyone saw it, like loads of people saw it. It was incredibly successful. And when that happens and people watch it again, music can catch on. If it's the right sort of music, it can catch on. I don't know if you were to play that to people on the street, whether they'd know what it was. I mean, I know people who like film music know what it is, but they would know the difference between version 3 with a slight trumpet change, from version 1. But if you're asking people on the street, whether or not they know it, I don't know. But I know that it gets played a lot. I know it gets played a lot at film music concerts. So I'm assuming, and I would hope that people would kind of know what it was. And it's very, it's a sort of very distinct theme. But if that film had gone down the toilet, the music would have gone down the toilet with it, without a shadow of a doubt.
Did you have a basic concept thematically or instrumentally, or were you referencing prior scores like you did Lawrence of Arabia meets Star Wars on that score?
Well, even that, I mean, like as a reference, it was like a touchstone, really, rather than I'm going to make it sound like that. It was like, that's the sort of tonal character that we were trying to achieve. And I think with Independence Day, I sort of wanted to write a national anthem. For the world as it was. Because if we are to look at the broader picture and believe that it is about people coming together under one umbrella of trying to defeat aliens, then it felt like we could do with something like the Euro, but with music, something that we'd all share and could feel a part of. So that's what that main theme is kind of that. It's like a national anthem in a way. And the various other themes. It's interesting that I didn't write character themes. I didn't write for the characters. Because there's a lot of them. So if you were writing something for Jeff Goldblum or something for the president's theme is kind of the theme of the film in a way. And he, in a way, embodies the theme of the film. But apart from that, I didn't really write for anyone in particular. The aliens got a theme, but even then, that's a broad thing. It's more like the theme was of threat rather than of the aliens in particular. So it's a film that were themes that would belong to the film in itself rather than characters within it, which was interesting for me because it wasn't a conscious decision. But you feel like once you watch it, because it's an ensemble thing and because it's all around the world. The idea that you would specifically write a theme for Stephen Hiller, but there's like a Flyers theme, there's a presidential sort of theme which becomes the speech, which is effectively the theme of the film, and the aliens, and there's other little bits and pieces in between. But it's a film that felt like it needed music rather than sound design or a kind of sonic imprint where you use technology to occupy space which was traditionally occupied by music. So it felt like it needed music that was written. It felt like it needed musical music, and in a way a kind of glorious, old-fashioned, rousing, rollicking yarn of a score, in the way that the original Corn Gold Robin Hood was. You know, it was something which makes you go, yay! You know, you just feel kind of excited and happy. Hopefully.
So moving into Bondland, what was the genesis of your Shaken and Stirred album?
Shaken and Stirred was a record that I started in 1995. So I'd done 2 films by then, I think. And I'd always wanted to make records. I love records. And I love Bond. And anyway, so I'd done a couple of films. I think I'd done Last of the Dogmen as well. So there was a gap between the next one, which would have been Independence Day. It was like an 8-month gap. And I thought, rather than do another film, I'm going to make a record, because I'd always wanted to do it. And now I was in a position where I could do it, in as much that I'd actually got paid for the first time in my life for doing something with music. And I was living very cheaply, you know, at the time. I didn't really own anything or do much. And I thought, like, I could eke this out over 8 months before I do my next job, and try and make this record. And I thought, well, it's probably not enough time to properly sort of write something from scratch. And I always loved Bond stuff. So I thought, I'll just do a record. I'll just do a cover version of Bond songs that I like doing. And I started off actually doing it just on my own. I didn't have a record company or anything. I'd met a few people around. Björk I'd asked to do a song just because we'd worked together on Young Americans. David McCalmont I'd met. I'd read about him more than anything. And I'd heard his singing. I thought it was extraordinary. So I asked him if he would do one. And then Propellerheads had made a record called Spy Break, I think, which was, you know, a kind of exciting, you know, sort of spy sort of movie thing. And I really liked what they were doing with their stuff. And so I thought I'd do a version of On Her Majesty's Secret Service as well, and asked them if they would do that with me. And that was the start of that record. I did it. I basically did all the pre-production here in a smaller room upstairs, and I did one session with an orchestra, and we did You Only Live Twice, Diamonds Are Forever, and On Her Majesty's Secret Service. Those were the first 3 that I did, and I got those finished sort of on my own time and on my own dime, I suppose. And then I took that round to some record companies and said, look, I'm doing this is where I am with it, what do you think, would you be interested in putting it out? And a few people said no, and a few people said yes. And so East West Records said yes. And then I carried on making the record. They didn't interfere with it. I carried on making it. It was just, I want to do this song. Who can I do it with? Who's available? And so over over the time period, just trying to wait for people to become available to come and do it, because they're all busy touring or making records themselves. It took quite a long time, actually. It took almost 18 months in total, 20 months before it actually got finished, mainly because just waiting for people to be available. And I finished that, and we did photos for it, we did press for it, and released a couple of singles and made videos, and actually did really well for a sort of record from someone who's not really a pop star, you know. So and I sent it. I'd been sending tracks to Barbara and Michael over at Eon Productions, Barbara Broccoli, Michael G. Wilson, because I didn't want to stand on anyone's toes. You know, I didn't want to upset anyone or do anything I wasn't supposed to do. You know, I know we're doing a video. Are we allowed to use white cats in the video? You know, it's like, are we used to use logos? What can we and can't we do? So I was sending them stuff just so I wanted to stay on the right side of that and not be sued by anyone. And they liked it. I met John Barry in the middle of all this. I was introduced to him by George Martin downstairs here at Air Studios. And I was in the middle of making this record, and I think he was sort of quite flattered that I was spending quite a lot of time mainly doing covers of his songs. And he liked it. And then Independence Day had come out and was then incredibly successful. So it was a combination of all of these things kind of combined to the point where when they were making Tomorrow Never Dies, I got a call. But the record, Shaken and Stirred, wasn't made as a calling card for that. It was made because I loved the songs and I fancied making a record. And there's been plenty of other people who've done Bond covers before, you know. So yeah, made the record. Record came out. Record did really well. And then Tomorrow Never Dies started making a noise. Stargate was distributed by MGM, and MGM had shown me the teaser trailer for GoldenEye in 1995, 94, 95, and I thought it was brilliant, and I thought Pierce looked brilliant. The teaser was fantastic, and I remember saying to them then, I said, look, I've loved Bond my entire life. I said, if ever John Barry's not going to be doing one of these, I'd love to have at least be considered for it. They'd already signed Eric Serra for GoldenEye, and I started making the record not long after that. So then it was 1997, so it was a couple of years later, and the record had been out, and they were starting looking for a composer for Bond, and at that point, Independence Day had come out and been very successful. Music had been very well received. I got a Grammy for it. The record had come out and had done really well. And I suppose if you were looking for someone to do a film, then it was a bit of a perfect storm for me, because there was evidence of me being able to handle a big movie, and there was evidence of my love of James Bond music and the films, and we'd been successful in both areas. So maybe it wasn't quite such a big leap to ask me to do it after all. John had been very complimentary about me to Barbara and Michael as well. And when it became obvious that he wasn't going to do it, Barbara tells me a story, and I've got no reason to disbelieve her, that she was in a record store buying soundtrack albums to consider composers for Bond. She had a big stack of them and was checking out, and the guy at the checkout was saying, you know, like, there's a lot for soundtracks, you know, what are you doing? She goes, I'm looking for a composer, thinking about a composer for a Bond film. And he said, have you thought about David Arnold? And gave her a copy of Shaken and Stirred. I don't know if that's, I don't know how true that is, but I always say, if I'm doing a concert, I said there's a guy who works in a checkout store somewhere who I owe a very large drink to, or a very small house. But it's probably a combination of all of those things. But then ultimately they asked me if I would try out effectively by scoring the pre-title sequence for Tomorrow Never Dies, which was the first thing I did for them.
Why did you decide to approach it the way you did, in sort of the semi-traditionalist way, with liberal use of Barry's themes and style?
Well, I'd sort of grown up with John Barry's music, especially the Bond stuff, and there was something about that which felt like it belonged to a Bond film, and when there was an absence of that, I always felt like I missed it. Without slavishly, copying it, you just felt that there's something about the character, about the DNA of it, which I felt was important that it was present. And so to a certain extent, I think when I was doing it, I loved the traditional scoring things that John had always done, and I wanted to get a little bit closer to that than had been done recently. And to a certain extent, there was a little bit of a reaction from GoldenEye, where the studio were keen to make it a little more traditional as well, after Eric's sort of more experimental electronic approach to it, which I thought was really unique and clever and different. And I really liked it. But they wanted a more traditional approach. And in a way, I think there's a lot of things I've always dreamed about doing with a Bond film, and in a way, I could. And as usual with all these things, I always start with a song. For me, the films obviously don't really feel like they've really started till the song happens. And it felt like I needed to write something which felt like it was my opening, and it felt like it was my entry into it. How do I get into it? And I always loved it when John had like written or co-written the song and was able to combine elements from that. The DNA of the score was found in the song. It became the sort of core material that other things were drawn from. And it felt like everything belonged to everything else, and it made it much more of a whole, more of a piece. So I wanted to get back to that, and I thought, well, I don't know if I'm going to get a chance of doing the song or not, but I'm going to write a song anyway. The song that became Surrender was that effort, and that felt like how I wanted to open a Bond movie. And if I was sitting in the audience, that's how I'd want a Bond movie to open as well. So I was kind of, in a way, sort of semi doing it from the perspective of being a fan of the series, as well as being someone who had the responsibility of actually doing the job. And I'd written it. I started trying to write something with Dave McCalmont, and we got so far, and then I worked with Don Black, who was a genius lyricist, who'd also done Thunderball and The Man with the Golden Gun and Diamonds Are Forever, so he knew what he was doing with Bond lyrics. So I asked him if he would do the lyric, and so then we had a song. Like, I demoed it, I sort of sang a demo of it. And I kept that, and I didn't really show it to anyone. And when they asked me to start with this pre-title sequence, I scored that with the themes that were in the song, because I was thinking, like, well, if this is going to work, if this is going to happen, then I want to present thematically what that song is and the melody, because that feels like that's what the movie is about. And so that whole sequence, which became White Knight, like 11-minute sequence before the song actually started, was the first thing that I did. And we recorded that separately. So I think they wanted to see how I handled it, just to see how it was. And they were shooting in Thailand at the time, and which I think was doubling for the South China Sea. And they had a little break, and Roger Spottiswoode came back for the recording, and we had one session in studio, the big hall downstairs, Studio One downstairs, where I recorded that initial sequence and a rough track of Surrender, so I could put a guide vocal on it, and they'd get an idea about what that song was. And it was a similar thing. We didn't have much time to do Surrender, similar to Play Dead. It was like we read through it once and just recorded it. And I thought, like, I want to do that again. If this flies, when we get the proper session set up, then I'm going to re-record everything. We'll do it again, do it properly. But I was never able to get the same feeling back. It was one of those odd things that when we did have time to do it properly, I couldn't get it back to where we got with that demo. There was something essential and exciting and invigorating and driving about that performance, and so I ended up keeping that recording as the master. I did try a few times. It was the same players with the same instruments in the same room playing the same music at the same speed at the same time of day, but just, like a great take with an actor, sometimes it's just, if you've got it, you've got it. And sometimes you can't get it back no matter how many times you try. So we had that original recording. That became the master, effectively, and ended up dressing that up. And that was what I sent them as a song, as a pitch for a song. I didn't know that the head of music at MGM at the time was negotiating with some artists about doing the title song. And they'd settled on Sheryl Crow. So I knew I wasn't going to have, like an opening title song, but it still felt like it was important to my score that this song had existed, because it was like the in a way the bulb from which everything else bloomed. So they said that they'd let me put it at the end of the movie, so at least it had a presence in the film. And once we did that opening sequence, everyone seemed to like it, and we carried on scoring the film from that point on. It wasn't that long. With a lot of Bond movies, the release date happens first and everything else happens up to that point, so we tend not to have that long to score it, not as long as you'd possibly like, but usually about 6 weeks from start to finish. But that 6 weeks is from the end of principal photography to recording date. So there's a lot of crossing your fingers and hoping things are going to stick and work, as the picture constantly changes and things happen. So you keep up as much as you can, but it's always a bit of a squeeze. But Barbara and Michael make it a very pleasant experience, and they're hugely supportive, and nice people. And if you're going to be working 23 hours a day, 7 days a week for someone, it better be someone like them.
So you had a traditional approach. How did you try to advance or evolve the Bond sound with that film?
To a certain extent, I suppose a traditional approach would involve evoking the sort of spirit and DNA and sound of some of John's work, and certainly in the kind of string and brass voicings and approaches, it was very much doffing its cap to what he did. But once we get out of London in the film and we end up in Hamburg, there was a distinct and definite move on my point to try and then move it into a slightly more sort of technologically driven thing. Part of the reason for that was that they were temping the car chase with Pierce in the back of the BMW, in the back seat, hiding it and driving it with his mobile phone, in a car park, multi-story car park, had been temped with the version of On Her Majesty's Secret Service I did with the propeller heads. So I kind of wanted to do a version of the Surrender to One of Her Dies theme in a similar style, because it was working so well with the picture. And I asked the props if they'd come in and do that with me, and they did. And that kind of informed, that decision then kind of informed the whole of the Hamburg sequence. It became slightly more techno, for the want of a better word, a marriage of sort of programmed like beats and electronic accompaniment with a full orchestra, and so that whole sequence then became that slightly more techno version. Once we got to South China, we went to a ethnically more responsible, reflective instrumentation alongside the orchestra, with like percussion and instruments, solo instruments. And Bond's always done that. It's always been a kind of travelogue. There's a great story about like his principal woodwind player, ethnic woodwind player, who turned up for John's scores with a bag full of every sort of ethnic flute that ever existed, and he'd put them down and go like, well, what country in this week? And he'd pull out whatever it was, and so there's always been an element of kind of world music accompanying it as well, and this was no different. And I think in the doing of that, and the more you do it, the more you imprint yourself on it. And so I think by the end of that score, like looking back on it, I think you'd be hard pressed to find a cue that says that sounds like John Barry, but I think there's quite a few that feel like they could be. And in fact, a lot of it sounds completely unlike it, especially the stuff in Germany, and probably even like the last sort of third of the film. But hopefully it felt like it belonged to a new generation. It felt like it belonged to Pierce's James Bond and to the James Bond that we had in 1997 at that point. And that was an approach then that you had to start again with the next one. Once they asked me to do another, then the problem is, what do we do now? Where do we start and where do we finish? Because we covered such a lot of ground, I feel, in Tomorrow Never Dies. The problem that you have when you're asked to do it again is like, now what? Now what? And then I kept thinking, God, John did 11 of these. And he seemed to do them so brilliantly. That's even more pressure in a way. But once you kind of got it under your fingers a little bit, and once people accept that this approach and this sound is where we are now, it seemed to be okay to carry on. And that was then, If the World Is Not Enough was the next one.
Did you hear any feedback from John Barry
I didn't,
about that score?
I didn't know, and I really didn't want to. Because if he didn't like it, I didn't want to know if he didn't like it. No, we never used to talk about music, really. We used to talk about a lot of things, and I saw him a lot, but we never used to talk about music. I know he had a very particular taste, and I know he had very particular opinions, and I thought, I love his music so much, I love him so much, that the last thing I want is to hear that he didn't like it. So I never asked, and I'd never heard. I don't know. So... But I would only. I was always, my first question is like, can't John do this? And I mean, I never knew what the reasons were why he didn't. But it was obviously fantastic for me to be able to do it from a fan's point of view. Of course, I'd always prefer to hear a John Barry Bond score over anyone else.
Moving chronologically, what was your experience on Godzilla like?
Godzilla felt quite different. I think Roland had sort of built his reputation as being someone who made big films for lower budgets than other people. And it felt like there was a responsibility for him to do the same thing with Godzilla. I know the film had been floating around in Sony for quite a long time. I think Jan de Bont was on it for a while and had budgeted it at a reasonably high number, but too high, I think, for Sony. And I think Roland wanted to bring it in for less. I don't know whether he did, but it was for me. It didn't. I think because it was an idea that was someone else's idea. I'm not sure that it felt like it gelled quite as well with Roland and Dean's thinking as their previous sort of high concept pieces that they'd come up with, or Roland had come up with previously. And I wasn't as convinced of it as a thing as I was the other films, if I'm being really honest. It felt like it was missing a centre somehow. It felt like the centre of it was missing. And I wasn't ever really sure what it was. And I remember feeling quite frustrated about trying to write for it, because it felt like there was something not quite meshing for me. But one of the things about this job is, it's great to be asked to do things by people that you've worked with before. It's sort of quite flattering, and it's lovely because it means that they trust you, and also that they want your help on the thing that they're doing next. And I was keen to work with Roland Dean because we'd had such good experiences, before. And it felt, for the first time, it felt a little bit like there was a lot of pressure on Roland and Dean to produce something. And it felt like there was a lot more at stake for some reason. They'd started their own sort of production company. And all of a sudden it was a much bigger deal. They had more responsibilities. Everything was bigger. I think expectations were bigger. I think the fact that it was Godzilla, which was a recognised title, meant that there were expectations that we hadn't previously had to think about, because Roland's stuff was original, and so no pre-existing ideas about what it shouldn't be or what it should be. And what's interesting about Godzilla is that people who like it tend to have an idea about what it should be already. So you're moving into a territory where people have preconceived ideas about every aspect of it, and it didn't feel as fluid a writing process for me as the previous ones had done. I mean, I still perform the opening title sequence in concert. And in fact, it's a weird thing to say, it's my favourite part of the film. I mean, I thought the opening title sequence was fantastic, with the nuclear tests and the Bikini Atoll and these lizards watching a mushroom cloud going up and obviously being affected by radioactivity. It felt like there's your backstory, there's your origins right there in that 2.5 minutes. And I love the drama of that, and I love the storytelling of that. And I loved it when Godzilla we were waiting to see him, and then the reveal as he comes in through the ocean, someone's fishing, and it starts almost like a tidal wave. And when he turned up, I thought it was very exciting. But the rest of it felt like it didn't. I'm not quite sure why. It didn't feel quite as sure of itself as a film as the others did, and I don't know if that's because of expectations of studios or expectations of an audience or what it was. But I felt like it wasn't quite as easy a ride creatively as we'd had before, and I think actually it's probably more to do with expectation than anything. I mean, I'd already done Tomorrow Never Dies at this point, so to a certain extent I've done a film where expectations on music were really, really high, and expectations on movie was really, really high. And this felt a little bit like that. There was an awful lot of expectation, and because it was different, I think maybe people weren't quite so sure about it until they put it in front of an audience. Difficult to know, I think. I got on as well as I ever have with Roland and Dean on it. I mean, we didn't have any problems doing it at all. But just from a sort of atmosphere point of view, from an experience point of view, it felt like there was more weight on this than there was on the other films.
How much do you care about what critics think of a given film that you're attached to?
I would obviously prefer it if everyone loved everything constantly. But the only experience that really matters to me is the doing of it, because that's actually the only thing that affects me in real life. What affects me is what am I doing today and who am I doing it with? If at the end of a day someone was to tell me, oh, I'm sorry, David, but I'm afraid in 10 minutes' time you're going to be dead. If I was going to think like, well, how did I spend my day? How was today? On my last day on this planet, did I spend it with people that I like, doing something that I like? Would I really would I change it very much? And if the answer to that is yes, then you're probably doing the right thing. If it's like, oh my God, I can't believe I wasted my last day with that idiot doing that thing. So I try and choose what I do with people that I like on something that I like doing. I mean, obviously, part of the process of writing or being creative and sharing it with anyone is that you would hope that they would like it to a certain extent. An extension of that is asking them to like you, isn't it? I mean, it's like if you're a creative person and you are coming up with something which is personal, to a certain extent, you're saying, I hope this communicates something to you. I hope this makes us have a level of understanding between ourselves that you don't necessarily have to put words to, which communicates something, which hopefully would be positive. A bit like if you're a chef and you're cooking a meal for someone, you know, you're doing it for them, but at the same time, you get something back from it. And if they hate it, you know, you think, well, that's a shame. I'd rather you liked it. But if you'd enjoyed yourself more than anything making this meal, that's the experience. It's almost like, I've done that. I'm really happy with it. I love this. That's the only thing that's important. Now, if you take it away and someone likes it or doesn't like it, that's not going to affect my experience of what it was like to create it. And the other thing you sort of learn about people's opinions about things is that for some people, a piece of music that I've done, for instance, is going to be the worst piece of film music that they've ever heard in their entire life. And they're going to hate it more than anything they've ever hated ever. And for some people, they're going to love that same piece of music more than they've ever loved anything music-wise, and will be hugely significant to them, and they would love it for the rest of their lives. Now, neither of those opinions makes this good or bad. I don't like some things, and I do like some things. Me liking something doesn't make it good, and me not liking something doesn't make it bad. For the people that made it, they'd much prefer me to like it. For the people, I'd much rather that you listened to something and liked it rather than hated it. I'd be interested to know why you hated it, but ultimately, if I've had a good time doing it, then that doesn't change my experience of doing it. So my experience of doing the work is the only thing I actually truly care about. I care about how it's received from the filmmaker's perspective. I care about how it works in the film. And if the people that we work with, because it is a team sport, you know, it's like the people that we work with when we're doing these things as a collaborative venture are happy, then that there endeth my responsibility. If people don't like it, then that's unfortunate, but it hasn't changed my experience of doing it. And I try and make my experience of doing it as much fun as I can. It's not always possible.
So you mentioned every new Bond film starting from scratch or changing it up. How did you approach The World Is Not Enough?
And The World Is Not Enough. So second Bond film, but they allowed me to write the title song this time. So again, I wrote it with Don Black. It is another kind of, to a certain extent, it's like kind of like a throwback idea musically. It doesn't break any astonishing new ground. But I wanted it to feel like it belonged to the movie, and I knew the movie, I knew the story. So that was my starting point. I had a secondary theme, which was born out of the relationship with the female lead at that point, called Electra King, who was someone who Bond was meant to genuinely fall for, who then subsequently betrayed him and M. And he ends up killing at the end of the film. So there is a kind of tragic romance gestating in the early days of their meeting and the early moments. So I'd written a theme for that, which became a song as well, called Only Myself to Blame. And The World Is Not Enough was the big opening title song, and I asked Garbage to do that, because Shirley Manson and that band felt like they could be in the movie. You know, I always feel like to a certain extent when you're searching for a singer for one of these, for an artist, you kind of like you're casting for the movie at the same time. You know, could they be in this film? Well, they are in the film, so they should be right for it. And they very graciously agreed to do it, even though they hadn't written it. Which was an easy process because they're brilliant and lovely people. And that led to sort of lifelong friendship with Shirley, which was hugely appreciated. But in terms of the approach, it was like, well, this is the same but different, like all of them. It's Bond. We know who James Bond is. He's getting into fights. He's going to have action sequences. He's going to fall in love. He's going to kill people. He's going to be tragedy. He's going to save the day. How do we do it again? How do we do it slightly differently? And in a way, it's kind of led by the melodies of the song and of the themes, and also it's informed by my experience on Tomorrow Never Dies, and what I felt worked in that, and what I wanted to move forward. So it was trying to make it a bit different without being like a different person, without it trying to sound like a very, very different score. And I think it worked in that respect. It led also to a relationship with Michael Apted. It was the first time I'd worked with Michael, who is a very brilliant director, who's made some astonishing films and astonishing documentaries as well. I ended up making, I think, 4 films with Michael. And I've always been really happy about trying, establishing working relationships with directors, because it means that you've done all right. It means that you've got on well and you've made the right decisions, and there's an element of trust and reliability. And Michael he's a very gentle collaborator, but he's hugely perceptive, and he might not say very much in any one go, but he will say 2 or 3 things that completely make you change the way you think about what you're doing. And his interesting observation, which is something that I've always thought about ever since, was he always said to me, we can't get ahead of Bond. The audience can't be ahead of Bond. We can't know more than Bond knows. Otherwise it renders him mute and somewhat useless, because it's not like Columbo, where you can shout at the telly goes, like, obviously it was him. Why didn't you see it was him? The joy of Columbo is watching him discover it, what we already know. With Bond, it's like we need him to show us what we don't know. That's why he's the hero. And so sort of learned a very valuable lesson there about not getting ahead of yourself, not getting ahead of the character, and not leading the audience. And he also had a very interesting way of looking at music. And he did this thing, which I still do now, and everyone that's worked with me, when we talk about it, do all the time, was that I'd play him something, and he would say, and that's good, is it? In the very real sense of, is that good? Because, again, someone else might walk in and say, this is terrible. Someone else might walk on and go, like, this is brilliant. He just wanted to know if I thought that it was good and it was right. It wasn't being sarcastic. It was, actually, it's quite a brilliant question. Is that good? Because then you have to sit back and go like, oh, is it? And you have to reassess it, and then you talk about it. And sometimes in the talking about it, you find a way of making it better. So every time I finish a cue now, call someone in, is that any good? I don't know, is it? Hopefully. So we had a really lovely time, and he's a proper gentleman. And he's like one of those people that you look forward to seeing rather than you dread walking in the room, because no matter how hard it is and how difficult things might be, you're with a grown-up, and who knows what he's talking about. So things become clearer when he's had a look at it. If you're thinking that it might be A, B, C, or D, he will say B.
It's interesting what you said about never getting ahead of Bond with the score.
Yeah.
Beyond that, do you have a philosophy about what makes a James Bond score effective?
Well, the effectiveness of a James Bond score can have many forms, can't it? I mean, they've all been effective in their own way. And I suppose it's just a matter of taste which dictates whether some are more effective than others. I don't think the idea of it being a Bond film has any bearing on whether the score is effective or not, because no matter what the style is, if it's the right music, then it will work. I think the difference with Bond is that there is 50 odd years of expectation, you know, now. I mean, obviously when I started there was slightly less, but you know, like 24 films now, 24 scores. Our experience at this age, for people that have seen a lot of them, of Bond, is made up of our experience of seeing ones before and somehow subconsciously cherry picking the bits that we like the best, and hoping to a certain extent that a new film will reach the same heights as our favourite moments have done in the past. For people that have never seen a Bond film in their life, and every time there's a new one, there's a lot of people will be watching it and they've never seen a Bond film in their life. That will form the basis of what it should be like. So what might be really effective for them might be the complete opposite for someone who grew up loving Goldfinger more than anything. So what, in that context, I don't really know what effective means. For me, what I like to hear and what I like to feel is a sense of history, a sense that there's a character who is more than just what we're looking at, of a character that goes back into the DNA of sort of British filmmaking for years and years. And also the social aspect of Bond, you know, in this country especially. You know, watching a Bond movie like at Christmas or on Boxing Day or at Easter, when they used to show them, you know, before we used to get films on demand, when they were just terrestrial broadcasts, it was a real big deal to have a Bond movie on the telly, you know, a real big deal. And it was a social thing, a social event. Your family would be there while you watched it, and you would share this experience with them. And so I have a fondness from that perspective as well, not just the fact that I love the films and the music, but the coherent sort of social aspect of it, that it could be something that everyone talked about. And the fact that we're still, like 55 years later, still talking about it like it's a thing, you know, like who's gonna do the song, you know, when it comes around again to recasting, who's it gonna be next, you know. I mean, the people talk about recasting even when you're not recasting, you know, it's still news. It's still used as a sort of cultural touchstone for things, you know. In music criticism, you know, it's like, this sounds like a Bond theme that never was, you know. It's like, this would be good for a Bond theme. This sounds like a Bond song. You know, someone's drinking a martini or there's a car, you know, like they invoke the spirit of it. It's become part of the cultural DNA, I think. So for me, in a way, in an unspoken way, and it's difficult to put it into words, I suppose, it wants to reflect and be a part of the DNA of the experience of James Bond historically. And by virtue of the fact that you are writing for a James Bond film, you will become a part of that. But for me, it felt like I wanted to be a part of the entire history of it, and that's certainly what I felt like when I was doing it. It felt like I was feeling the weight of its historical significance in a good way, and you didn't really feel like you were necessarily on your own.
Was Bond a sort of template for Shaft in terms of rejuvenating or renovating a classic score?
Well, I suppose as far as Shaft was concerned, Scott Rudin made the phone call. John Singleton was directing. It was a Paramount film. I suppose the easy connection to make would be, there's a film with a classic character that is well loved with a universally admired, known central main theme, and we're doing a new version of it. So in a way, it was the same job as Bond, but for Shaft. Can we do with Shaft what we did with Bond. I make a new version of it, of something that had been done before. Obviously, there'd been a big gap between it. And also, I'm white. You know, it was a conversation that I had with John Singleton. I phoned him up and I said, like, you know, I do realise that this is, you know, as a piece of iconography, you know, one of the greatest, most significant, you know, pieces of black cinema in recent American history. And Isaac had written an Oscar-winning song and theme for the film that became the blueprint for every other blaxploitation film that happened after that, in the same way that John's spy music for Bond became the blueprint for everything that happened after that. Every spy-alike kind of movie referenced John's work. You know, Goldmember did the same thing. Austin Powers did the same thing. It referenced that. That was that, you know, same as Ennio Morricone's spaghetti westerns. That was the language of that sort of filmmaking. And what did I want to do? I wanted to be honest with the material. I think I understood the music and the storytelling aspect of it, but I wanted to be as honest and as grateful to that music as I was with Bond. But that was a very quick turnaround. That was only, I think, 2 or 3 weeks. I think we had to do the whole thing, and so it was under pressure, very different kind of experience. I mean, one of the joys of it was Isaac was in another room working on a new version of the theme, and he would just pop in and see me, and he had a DAT with him one day. He came in and he put it in a DAT player in my room. It was in New York, and it was a song that he'd written for a scene that isn't in the film, but it was like, well, what if there was a scene where Shaft was, you know, walking along the sidewalk contemplating his life, and he'd written this song called It's a Beautiful Day in New York, and he had the backing track and he just sang it live in the room, and it was great, and I can still remember it. And it was only me and him. I think my music editor Dina might have been there as well. But in all the chaos that film was, because it was a bit last minute and we were trying to get a lot done in not a very, you know, reasonable amount of time, just to have a moment where you're sitting in a room with Isaac Hayes singing a song that no one had heard before, that wasn't going to be in the film, was really great. And then you have to get back, you know, then you think like, oh my God, I've still got to do another 4 minutes today. But I had a slightly different approach to that I wanted it, because his stuff was built in the studio. When he was doing the score for Shaft, Isaac had his band, and they would show the picture, and they would kind of improvise, build the score as they were going along. So he would say, you play that, you play that, you play that, and they would start working it up into a sequence, and that became the stuff that was in the movie. The first thing I did on Shaft was I went into a studio with his drummer and his percussionist from his band, and I had a bunch of tempos that I wanted them to just to sort of play some beats to, and I've sort of played them rough, simple things, recorded those, and I used those as the sort of template, the rhythmic template, to sort of build the sort of rhythm track. And I thought I'd rather do that than use a drum machine just for feel. And so we started scoring it, but I wanted to do it live. So rather than do it programmed, like a lot of the stuff, like with Bond, with the sort of techno aspect of it, you know, like the electronic things in like car chases and stuff like that, it's all programmed. It's stuff that you're using a sequencer with. But I want this to feel like organic and real and played. So the whole thing was live, and I had 2 studios. When I actually got around to recording it, I had a band in one room, which Steve Jordan on drums, Michael Bearden on piano, and Anthony Jackson on bass. You know, like legendary players, guitarist, couple of percussionists, Bashiri Johnson, like amazing people. And then in the other room, in the big room, we had the orchestra, and they were linked with tie lines and cameras. And there was something about the feel of those players who were so amazing, and just made everything completely come to life. And Bobby Fernandez did my recordings and mixing in America, and I think he did an extraordinary job, because I wanted it all analog. So we rented in every old analog mic preamp, ribbon mics, valve EQs. Everything was properly old school. You know, Steve rented a drum kit from 1971. Everything was period, and these guys knew that stuff like the back of their hand, and it was just a joy watching them rehearse. You know, it's like they would get the charts and they'd play it through and it would sound amazing, and then they would just go back while we were setting up something else and kind of start taking it apart a little bit and improvising with it. And I just think, like, well, can we just record that? That's so much better. And but the whole thing went down as a live thing, so the band went down and the orchestra went down at the same time, and it just felt really exciting and really vibey. And that was my introduction to John and to Scott Rudin. And I went on and did another 2 films with Scott and another 2 or 3 with John, another 3 with John. Yeah, so 4 films with John Singleton. Yeah, and he knows his music and he knows what he wants. And he's a busy boy, always on the go.
Why do you think you hit it off with John Singleton, and why did and fit into this world of contemporary black cinema that he was creating?
Well, it's interesting. I don't know if you'd asked the same question to like Terence Blanchard if he did a bunch of, you know, films with white directors. It's an interesting thing, isn't it? I mean, I had obviously broached the idea of race with John before I even started Shaft. But, I mean, the great thing about music is it does transcend all of that sort of stuff. And it's just about understanding it. It's understanding the history of it and understanding the DNA of it. I think for John, I mean, I wouldn't want to speak on his behalf. I mean, I was always really grateful for him asking me to do his films, because they were things that I probably would, you know, Baby Boy was the next one, which was a sort of small movie about, you know, sort of black families and errant fathers in Los Angeles, young black fathers, and their families and girlfriends, and the effect that, you know, their absence was having. And, you know, I'd never be the first choice of anyone to do that kind of thing, but I think for me, I love being around John and his ideas and his energy, and I think in me, hopefully, you would hopefully expect him to have found someone who was able to interpret his ideas and make them something. When you play it to him, he goes, yeah, that's right, that's what I want. And, you know, for me, like, music is music. I don't know if someone of another ethnicity would have done that score, how much different it would have been, and how much more or less appropriate it might have been either. But I really like what I did for the films that I did with John. And I think to a certain extent they speak to more like the songwriter, sort of record producer part of me than necessarily than a composer, because, you know, I sort of obsessively listened to Stevie Wonder, and, you know, the parts in those songs and the way that they're played and the sound of them, it's so exciting. You know, I just aim for that in a kind of what would Stevie do kind of thing. He would probably do it better, but as a sort of where I'm reaching for, where I'm going for. And John liked melody. You know, I like melody. I like trying to write themes. I like trying to write things that could be songs, and have them played like they would be if they were a record. You know, which means that they have actual soul. You know, something which exists from the neck down as much as from the neck up. And his were films that enabled me to do that. Whether it was like Four Brothers, I mean, Fast and Furious obviously was part of a franchise. It was a slightly different feel, but like Four Brothers and Baby Boy were ones that felt like a bit more personal to John, and I always felt very honoured to be asked to do them.
How much music did you write for The Patriot?
I demoed one theme. And I sent that off. I mean, I got the sense that something was going on fairly early. Just didn't have the same sort of access or communication. I'm not sure really what was going on. But that's the first time that Roland had ever actually asked me to demo something, like properly demo it. I'd need to hear this before we say yes, before we move on. And I thought, oh, that's a bit odd because we'd never done that before. But I thought, okay. So I had the sense that something might be up, although I'm not quite sure what it was, and I still don't really know. So I did a thing which I really liked, and I sent it to Dean, and within sort of 10 minutes, I think, of him receiving it, I got a phone call saying, we're going with John Williams. Now, I don't know anyone who would think like being bumped for John Williams is a bad thing. I mean, obviously being bumped from a gig's not great, but if you're going to be bumped from a film for anyone, then John Williams, you think like, well, I would bump me for John Williams. So I still don't really know what that was about. We had very little communication about it. We never talked about it. It was a bit of a surprise, to be honest. But I feel like there was something going on beyond what I was party to. Yeah, I based this on an old Welsh folk song that I really liked, and I used that as my starting point. But yeah, I mean, I actually did it with I did it with an orchestra. I demoed it with an orchestra because I figured like this feels like if this doesn't sound great, then something bad's going to happen. And it did sound great, and something bad happened anyway. So, but I have a recording of it, which I like very much. Yeah, I might play it to you afterwards.
Did you reuse that theme in anything?
No.
You weren't exactly known for comedy, so how did Zoolander come about?
Zoolander happened because, again, this was Scott Rudin. So we made Shaft, and that had worked out at last minute, getting it over the finish line. You know, it was a crazy schedule. We only had like 2.5, 3 weeks. Zoolander, there was a couple of scenes that Ben felt weren't working with the original music that they had. And so I was originally asked to do one scene, if I could do one scene, which was the graveyard scene, when Zoolander meets David Duchovny's character in the graveyard, and he's explaining to him the history of, you know, male models being used to assassinate people. It was about 3 minutes long, and it felt like, from the discussions I had with Ben Stiller about it, that it felt like it just needed a bit more massaging in terms of storytelling, rather than a track, to have a kind of score approach to it, but still feel like it was part of the, you know, sort of fabric of the film. So I did that initially. I just did that, mocked that up, sent it to him, and he liked it. And then he asked if I would do a second scene, and I did that, and he liked that. And then he said, actually, can you come and do quite a lot more? And I ended up flying out like within a day or two to Paramount with not that much equipment, and the only place they could put me was the computer air conditioning unit room at Paramount, and I was in the corner of that room with these big air conditioning units next to me. That's the glamour of Hollywood. And I had like 10 days, I think, to do those bits. and we recorded them very quickly at Paramount at Stage M, which was at that point my favourite sort of medium-sized stage. It's not there anymore, sadly. And one of those films that I thought was one of the funniest things I'd ever seen. And the great thing about doing comedies is that you never get fed up watching it, because if something's funny, it's funny. And so you're watching these scenes over and over again and calling people in and saying, like, you've got to see this, you've got to see this. And luckily it all passed muster. We did it all really quickly. And Ben and Stuart, I think, from his producing partner, liked it. And then I thought it was going to be a huge hit. I thought it was going to be a huge hit because I thought it was one of the funniest things I've ever seen, and I still do. But it's interesting. It was due to come out on the 14th of September, and then 9/11 happened on the Tuesday, and we were supposed to open on the Friday, and everything took such an enormous hit in the wake of that. It didn't do as well as I thought it might do, and it might have been that a kind of a dry comedy whose target is male modelling. It might be an eclectic taste that may not be for everyone. I don't know, but it was great when it sort of found its feet on like sort of DVD afterwards. But I mean, I've always loved it. I've always loved that film, and I learnt a lot from that. I had a conversation with Mike Myers about Austin Powers in the early days, but it felt to me that, in a way, if you're doing comedy, you have to play it straight. So to do an Austin Powers film would have meant doing a Bond score, and I didn't want to do a Bond score while I was doing actual Bond scores. So Zoolander, like all the comedies I do, I play straight, take it really deadly seriously, because the comedy's not in the music. It can never be in the music. I've never heard a piece of music that's made me laugh. Well, not for those reasons. So you have to be completely straight down the line with comedy. And one of the things I learnt a lot from Ben, just from watching him cut, and the way that we spotted, was that you realise the importance of knowing where to stop is. Knowing where to start and stop is really important, because you can completely crush a joke by playing over it or playing through it or pointing at it or ramping to it. You can completely kill it. So you have to be very sensitive to how comedy works. And people who are funny and who make comedy are the only ones really worth listening to in those instances, because most people aren't funny. Most people aren't comedians. People can be funny, but, in terms of like, could you make a room full of people laugh? Probably not. And he definitely can. So he was the one I listened to, and invariably, he'd be right on what was working and what wasn't working. And it's all about timing, not necessarily about notes, not necessarily about size or scale. It's actually knowing where the joke is, knowing where it starts, knowing how it develops, and knowing where it lands. And you have to be supportive of all that and never in the way of it or on top of it.
So were you saying that Mike Myers asked you to score an Austin Powers film?
In the early days, I think I was considered. It's like when they were going through the process of, when filmmakers go through the process of finding a composer, they talk to a lot of composers just to see what goes on. Yeah, I had a conversation with Mike as one of those people. And he was someone else who was into the... I thought it would be brilliant to talk to him, because obviously I loved what he did on Saturday Night Live and everything, but he was like really serious, properly serious about comedy, and that's when I fully understood for the first time it's a really serious business making that thing work. And he was almost like scientifically analytical of how comedy works and where things should be. and obviously he is, because he's funny and he makes funny films, so he knows what he's talking about. Ben was exactly the same. He knows what's funny and he knows why it's funny. Yeah, I had a really interesting conversation with Mike, as interesting as I've ever had with anyone about anything. Because he takes it very seriously, George Clinton did it, and it was like a brilliant job, regardless.
Can you talk about your strange experience on the Stepford Wives?
The Stepford Wives. The only reason that film was strange is because I think there were almost three. It felt like there were almost like three films being made at the same time, simultaneously. It was a Scott Rudin thing again. God bless him. He asked me to do another one, which I'm always grateful for. Frank Oz, very good reason to do anything. Made my favourite film musical ever, Little Shop of Horrors, and was both Fozzie Bear and Yoda. Be in the same room as Frank, yep, that'd be lovely. And the script was brilliant, I thought. It was a very, very dark, bleak comedy, and it felt like it was a dissection and an analysis of the failure of relationships in America, whether it was relationships between men and women, bosses and employees, brothers and sisters, husbands and wives, men and men, women and women. It's all a bit of a mess. And his version of Stepford being a different solution to that problem. So I got sent a copy of the script that I loved, and at that point, it's Christopher Walken, Glenn Close, double. John and Joan Cusack were Matthew Broderick, Bette Midler characters. When they started shooting, John and Joan, I don't know what the reasons were, had not done it, and they got Bette Midler and Matthew, who are obviously comedically hugely capable and great actors as well. So they got this great cast. I thought this dynamite script. Scott, who's obviously a powerhouse. Frank, who I loved. But it seemed to be sort of cycling around different. Whoever was in charge of it at any one point would be sort of steering it towards the sort of film that they wanted to make. I think Frank wanted to make a film slightly about the imperfectness of relationships and the fragility of what love could be, as well as all the other things. But he seemed to be, in a way, interested in the relationship aspect of it. The writer, the script, felt like he was more interested in the absurdity and the desperation and the ridiculousness of what relationships can do. And I think to a certain extent, Scott was more interested in the cinematic, maybe the I don't want to reduce it to this, but if Bette Midler had a Hoover coming out of her head, like the Stepford Wives can be a visual spectacular, as well as those other things, and sort of move. And so it felt like, to a certain extent, there was a bit of a three-way struggle going on to see which version of the film would emerge as the version of the film that we were doing. And I started off writing a score for it, but as they were testing it and they were getting different opinions on it, then the film went through these quite different iterations of being, now it's a drama, and so we sort of wanted like a sort of more dramatic score, and then we'd say, well, then that had some sort of curious comments, in tests, and then it'd be redone where it was more comedy. They get more comedy into it, and then at one point Scott left the production and Frank was driving it more, and then Frank left, and then someone else, I can't remember who else, was involved, and so all these different influences were kind of entering and leaving and pushing and pulling, and the film was sort of changing overnight for a week or two. It seemed to constantly change what it was trying to be, or they were trying to find out what it was and what it could be made into. And I was 2 days away from recording, and I was over here, and I just got a fax through from Scott's office with like all my cue names on it, and they just, you know, sort of had like lines through them going like, this isn't working now, this isn't working now. So Scott put the recording back like 8 days, I think 8 or 9 days. I flew out there with the idea that we would write new stuff. Now, I didn't really know what that was going to be because I'd been on it for a while, and I had one thing that I really liked, but we'd never had a title sequence. The title sequence was always going to be I Am Woman, the Helen Reddy song, and then that got dropped, and so we had a title sequence now that didn't have anything, and I drove down to the seaside from here just to give myself a bit of headspace. And I figured, like, well, I've been on this film for quite a long time. I don't know what else I can write for it. You know, I figured, like, maybe I can't do it. Maybe it's not. Maybe what I've got isn't what it needs. And I was driving back with the idea that I would have to say, look, I'm sorry, I might have to leave. I'm not sure if I know what's right for it. And on the way back, I thought of this idea, which in the opening title sequence was like kind of like the bassoon solo thing. It was sort of like a sort of devilish waltz in a way. A devilish waltz it was. And I thought that maybe that might be it. I came back, worked some stuff out on a piano, went up to Nick's place, orchestrator, and I said, how about this? This is a different idea. He liked it. I said, right, I'm going to do a quick demo of it. I'm going to take it to New York. We're going to fly out tomorrow. I'm going to play it to Scott. And then hopefully we'll just redo certain sequences. Anyway, I got there and no one was around for a while, for about 2 or 3 days. And I thought, well, I'm going to carry on working regardless. And then when I found out Scott wasn't on the project anymore, and I wasn't sure who I was supposed to be playing this new stuff to now. And so Frank came back, played it to him. He liked it. So then it was just like completely like hell for leather. Can we cover this film with this new stuff? And write a kind of title sequence as well. And it turned out we could barely, but there was like every morning at 6:30 in the morning at Sound One, overlooking Times Square, me, the editor Jay, and music editor, we'd be up on the roof. Everyone would be chain smoking. I didn't smoke, but everyone else was, thinking like, well, what's going to happen today? What's going to change today? You know, are we going to be able to actually make this film happen? Or are there more notes? Are there going to be more changes? It was, you know, everyone was, I think, at the end of a very long process. I wasn't as quite a long process, but it had gone through almost every iteration that you could possibly think of, editorially, maybe stylistically. And I think in the end, out of necessity, Scott was absolutely right to say, this isn't working. Because what I ended up with, I think, was like one of the best things I've done. You know, I mean, I absolutely love it. And it was because it was forced. I would never have come up with that had I not been. I mean, that's a good thing. If you have a good producer who knows what they're talking about, they can make you better, and they can make you perform better. It might be painful and it might not feel nice at the time, but afterwards you think like, well, I would never have done this had I not been put through that experience. So I'm sort of forever grateful for having had that sort of 3 weeks of really quite trippy, experience. Everyone else was going through the same thing. But I had a great time with Frank, and all the music team were brilliant. And we ended up having a result. We ended up having, I think, like a great score. I absolutely loved it.
2006, Martin Campbell did a hard reboot of Bond with a new tone, a new Bond.
Yeah.
So how did you adapt your approach to sort of match this new turn?
With Casino Royale, what was interesting, because I'd had a script. The script was brilliant. And for the first time, I was reading a Bond script for a Bond movie that I knew I was going to do, and we didn't know who was going to play Bond. That was exciting, because I'd made 3 up to this point with Pierce and had a great time with them. So for the first time, I was thinking like, well, this could be anyone. And it could be sort of redefined. And again, I always start with a song. I always think of the idea of like, what's the song going to be? What could it be about? How do we enter into this world? And when you cast around looking for a voice for Bond, I still think that it's as much a character as anyone else. So putting that to one side for a moment, we had the audition process for Bond. They had it at Pinewood. Martin Campbell directed it. There are usually 2 or 3 things that they ask people to do when they audition for Bond. They always do the same sequence from Ruth Washer in Love, the scene where originally Sean Connery is sitting on the bed with a Russian agent, and they're having a conversation about she thinks that her mouth is too big. This is when they're being spied on being filmed to blackmail him. There's that sequence. There's usually a fight sequence and some movement. And so a lot of people, like great actors, were auditioning for it, and Daniel Craig was one of those. And I think everyone felt like when they saw him that there was something sort of very magnetic and essential and raw about what he was doing. And eventually he was cast and they started shooting. I figured like, well, to a certain extent, this music should be about you. This should be not about the film, not about a villain, not about a woman who has lost you or wanted you or does want you. This should be about you. This should be about James Bond, because this is the first time we've seen him effectively born, evolve and become James Bond. And so I went over to Prague where they were shooting. They were shooting a lot of the card games and the gambling casino stuff. And I've been talking to Barbara and Leah Volok, who was the head of music at Sony, about artists, and we were talking about Chris Cornell as someone who sounded like Daniel looked and acted as James Bond. There's a scene in that film where Daniel's James Bond runs through a wall. I mean, it's not a brick wall, but it's a wall on a building site, chasing a terrorist bomb maker. And it felt like we needed a voice that could do that, the voice that could be that person. Chris Cornell has the most extraordinary range, and he can go from beguiling and beckoning and seductive to the sound of someone who's going to kill you. And that's exactly what Daniel is. He's all of those things. He looked like he could do the sort of damage that James Bond was meant to do. Chris sounds like that. So we asked Chris to come to Prague. He came over to Prague with his wife Vicky, and we watched a few scenes being filmed, chatted to Daniel about it, watched a few cut sequences, little bits and pieces here and there, and then we had a discussion about what we think it should be. And we sort of decided that this was a song that needed, for me, was a warning. It was a warning from James Bond, who was ever in his way, to get out of the way, otherwise they'd regret it. You know, it's like, for anyone who sees me coming, I'm not going to stop. And there is a naivety and there is an aggressive aspect to it, and there's an unrefined aspect to it. But this needed to be the in it is the DNA of what was going to become the James Bond theme somehow. In it needed to be the information, which when it grew would turn into that theme. But it needed to be like a sort of almost like a less mature version of the same thing. So Chris went to work in Paris. I went back to London and started working on ideas. And I like the idea of calling it "You Know My Name," because, you know, so much of these things with Bond in the films, they always ask him what his name is, you know. And your name is? And he always says, Bond, James Bond. And I like the idea of an unrefined Bond saying, "You know my name, you know who I am." That's how arrogant he was. So I like that as a central idea, that this was going to be a warning. And that kind of led to the approach for the song, is that it was muscular and it was alpha male, in the same way that Daniel's Bond was all of these things. It was informed by the way that he moved and the way that he looked and the way that he ran and the way that he looked like he meant business, and the fact that he could be damaged and damage others. The inevitability of him. And so I then flew back to Paris 2 weeks later with the ideas that I had. And Chris had his guitar with him and he played me the ideas that he had. And they were both two halves of the same song, and they literally just stuck together. I mean, it was quite weird, but also easy, because we both agreed that was working. So we tweaked a few things, wrote a sort of bridge and some lyrics, and then I just did a quick demo of it. And that was it. That was how that came about. And by the time we'd done this, then they'd had a cut of the movie, and I went to see it for the first time, and Martin showed me the opening sequence, which at that point I think was 17 minutes long, that chase sequence at the beginning. When I actually started scoring it, it had gone down to 11 minutes, and I think when it got into the cinema it was 7.5 or 8. But it's still, a hell of a chase to begin the film. And we went from there to a certain extent. The big creative question and decision was not to play the Bond theme in the film at all until the end of the movie. And the reasoning for that is that I think we all felt that he had to earn it, that to gift him with that completed theme as a completed character would have got way far ahead of the character itself. The audience would have been ahead of James Bond. And he hadn't become that person yet. He was on his way. Sony, I think, were a little worried about it because they were thinking, well, how can we make a Bond movie without the Bond theme? So I said, look, I'll get through. There are key points in this film where James Bond, in a way like if you're in a video game and you're picking up, weapons on the way, he almost acquires the elements of his character that become the character on his way through the film. So when he arrives for the first time, he jet sets for the first time, he flies in to the Bahamas for the first time. We hear an element of the Bond theme, but not all of it. When he wins his Aston Martin in a game of cards, spoilers, we hear another part of it. When he puts the tuxedo on in the bathroom for the first time and checks himself in the mirror, and we see him for the first time in a tux, we hear more of it. And it's kind of seeding the idea. It's like he's earned a little bit more of this. And of course, what that does, it builds up a sense of expectation. So by the end of this film, which has been extraordinarily emotional with the things that happen, and it was such a great script, and so brilliantly performed and filmed, I thought, and cut. Everything about it was great. By the time he says the name's Bond, James Bond at the end, and you cut to black, there's only really one thing left to do, and that's to play that like a balls out version of that, which is what we did.
I'm going to skip way ahead, skip several titles, and we might be able to go back, but for sake of time, skip to today, because I want to get into your process in the next section. You've spent the better part of the last decade away from film, television, namely Sherlock, your musical, live concert work. So generally, where are your creative priorities as of right now?
I kind of had to stop doing films when I did in 2012 when we did the London Olympics, and I got asked to MD the closing of Paralympics closing ceremonies. So that was like 18 months work, solid work, just to get those two ceremonies done, and incredible moment, I think, in the history of the town. And it was a tricky one to think about because, I mean, I'd done a lot of films, but there was still a lot that I wanted to do. But I thought, what are the chances really of the Olympics happening anywhere near you? And for you to be in the crosshairs of anyone's sight, you know, where you would be considered to do that job. So I wanted to do it. It did mean that I would be kind of out of the loop. So I had to say no to quite a few things, a lot of things. And in the saying no to a lot of things, I just got into a slightly different rhythm with myself that was actually quite pleasant. You know, films take up a lot of time and they're incredibly pressured. And it is hard work. As much as I love it, it is hard work. It's a huge time crunch, and you don't really have much of a life outside of the experience of writing the score. And so in 2012, the Olympics happened, and it was great, and I was extremely proud to be a part of it. And then I thought, I'm just going to have a little bit of a break. I'm going to have a few months where I don't really do much. I mean, immediately went into the musical, which was then another year of like writing, rehearsing, then rehearsal, preview for 6 weeks, and then the show opened. So that was another whole bunch of time which wasn't involved in screen. And then Sherlock was the thing that was starting, which is a show that I did with Michael Price. And that was like 3 months a year, which doesn't sound like a long time. That followed immediately after. So before I knew it, then it had been 3 years since I've done a film. And then 4 years, I was doing some records, did some more TV stuff. And I thought, you know, I'm just going to do things that I like doing with people that I like. And hopefully, you know, you wait for a film that fulfills all those categories and criteria. And as yet, that hasn't happened. I mean, I'm looking again at sort of doing a film. There was a couple that I was going to do that actually their schedule changed to the point where I couldn't do it because it actually went back 8 months, I think 9 months, and it landed right in the middle of Sherlock, so I couldn't do it. So I would have done one or two, but the schedule changed. But I've looked at a couple. I've talked to a couple of directors, but nothing's worked out yet. But I'm still looking at other things. I'm doing a show next year for Amazon. Not that matters. It's historic now. By the time someone watches this, it would have been ages ago. I'm writing another musical. Still doing songs, doing concerts. We did Casino Royale live in concert a few weeks ago. First time we did 3 nights at the Albert Hall, which was great, and that's going around the world doing some things. I sort of want to do things that make me happy. I want to work with people that I like. I want to work on things that I like that are worthwhile getting up for and putting in the hours for, and not just for the sake of it, not for the money, not for the exposure. It's like, I've realised that actually my day is the most important thing that I have. And how I spend my time is the most important thing that I have. And if I'm not filling that time with something that I love doing, then I think that's a mistake. So I'd rather not do something than do something I don't really want to do.
So this section is on the craft of composition. Zooming out, can you describe your general overall philosophy about the role of music in film?
Well, I suppose the principal role is for it to support the storytelling in every aspect. That's quite a general response, because the way that happens can be so different. It can be done in a way which is noticeable. It could do with a way it's unnoticeable, which is sort of violent, which is peaceful, which is harmonious, which is discordant, which is ugly, which is pretty, which is beautiful, which is, as long as it becomes a part of the fabric of the storytelling process, then I think that's what its principal responsibility is.
Has your philosophy or your approach changed over time?
I think the more I do, the less I want to do, if you know what I mean. I'm not going to ask you if you know what I mean, because that's what I'm supposed to be telling you about, isn't it? I was never a fan of less is more, but I'm beginning to believe it a little bit more now. I think if you do a film like Independence Day, then more is more. If you do a film like Amazing Grace, or a film which is about something more truthful and personal or honest, then you don't have to write quite so much in terms of density. So I tend to approach it a little bit now, depending on the project, from a sort of singular point of view rather than an ensemble perspective. If it's a film that feels like it is going to be orchestral, then I think early on I would conceive of it almost as a concert piece first, which would fit to the film. Not with the idea that it's going to be performed in concert, but I would hear it as a complete sort of symphonic piece, almost like the film without the film. I think now, if it's a musical approach that it needs, by that I mean sort of music, performed music, rather than sound. I try and think of a slightly more subtle, less fully realised version of it in my head first, and take a step back every time and say, is that enough? Rather than, is there room for any more? Because sometimes one of the great lessons I think you learn is knowing when to stop. Comedy, it's knowing where to stop and start. But in terms of colouring, in terms of density, in terms of how much there is, knowing when enough is enough is a good lesson to learn. I think I'm still learning it.
What is the most personally rewarding part of scoring films for you?
Being asked to do it. That's the biggest compliment anyone can pay you as a filmmaker, isn't it? Someone who thinks that your voice is the one that they want to share on their film, that they think that handing the responsibility over of that aspect of what they've done to you is a very big compliment. I get really excited by the idea of something, and I love being asked to do something. The second best bit is finishing, is delivering it and people being happy, and the worst part is doing it. If I could get to the end from the beginning without the middle bit, I'd be really happy. But I suppose the end wouldn't matter if you didn't do the middle bit. It's a bit like imagining yourself climbing Everest. I imagine him getting tooled up with all the stuff and all the equipment, and I'm at the bottom and I'm looking up at it and it's going to go, this is going to be amazing. Then in my head, I'm planting the flag in the top, going like, I'm at the top of Everest. But I don't imagine that treacherous journey from the bottom to the top. And if I'd have been plonked down on the top in a helicopter, you probably wouldn't feel quite as great about saying, you would still be on the top of Everest. But then I think, like, well, if you can get a helicopter, why bother? If getting to the top of Everest is all you care about, you could just get a helicopter up to the top of Everest. Although I'm not sure you can you? Maybe you can. He's
Never
saying
tried.
no, he knows. Can you?
I don't think they're flying.
No. You could get one of them balloons. The massive long balloons that, like, you know, can go into the stratosphere. But no, I realise that, you know, the journey is part of the process, and that actually the only way you're ever going to feel happy about being at the top of Everest is if you've climbed it. Otherwise, it's a hollow victory, although I'm sure plenty of people would take that over no victory at all. Probably me included.
Are there certain qualities, knowledge, temperament, personality type that one needs to do this kind of work and do it well?
I think if you're going to do film, the realization that you are part of a large collaborative beast is really important, and that what you do as a composer is no more or less important than what the cinematographer does, or what the script writer has done, or what the editor is doing. Each of these departments, every aspect of any production, relies on people firing on all cylinders and being at the top of their game at every aspect of it, in every department. Because if any one of them is bad, then the whole thing looks bad as a result. So you have to park your ego to a greater extent, and you hand over what you've done, and you entrust what you've done with the filmmakers as much as they've entrusted their project with you as a composer. And you keep your fingers crossed that what happens to it is close to what you hoped might happen to it. But you shouldn't be surprised if it's changed or cut, or because there's going to be a reason for that. You might not agree with it, but you know, you don't want to be the petulant centre back in a football team who gets taken off at half time, you know, because you think you've got more to give and you think that your contribution is going to help the team win, but your manager's going, but I want to try this guy. You know, you don't want to be that screaming, weeping, petulant, chest thumping, finger pointing, running off into the tunnel, tearing your shirt off person. Not that we have shirts. Maybe we should have. Maybe everyone working on a, you know, like Dexys Midnight Runners. Kevin Rowland used to make the band wear certain things, like all the time. If you're in the band, then you wear these clothes. Maybe if you're on a movie, you should wear, you know, like Jack White, when his road crew have like sort of top hats and special shirts and everything, so they all look the same, they all look great. Maybe we should do that. Maybe everyone who scores a film should have some kind of prison uniform, something on which says, oh look, you're a part of this.
Or school uniform.
Yeah, or just give us a load of money. That'll do.
what's the very first thing you do in your process when you are assigned a film? What's the first thing you do?
As soon as I hear about it, I start thinking about it. And I start thinking about it in a way as like, what could this be? Sometimes it's the title, sometimes it's the sort of project that it is, sometimes it's a drama or a comedy. It doesn't really matter. Someone says, listen, there's this film and it's called this and it's about that, and they might be interested in talking to you about it. I immediately start thinking about what could this be? Because when you get that meeting, when you get that phone call, they're going to want to know what you think about it, and they're going to want to know what you think the approach could be or what your approach would be. And it's a strange thing because the process of writing music for a film takes its time. But in order to get the job, you've got to kind of leap to a conclusion about what you think it should be immediately. Now, I suppose it's a bit like quoting for a building job, isn't it? You say, like, from what I can see, it's going to cost you £50,000 to build this extension. But in the process of building the extension, you say, like, actually, because that ground needs redoing, or because we've got to shore up this or get an extra steel in here, it's actually going to cost 10,000 more. You know, it develops. And as a person with a house who's employing a builder to do it, you go like, okay, that's part of the process. So as long as everyone's happy about, you know, you said, well, I think it's about that. But then in the process of doing it, you realise that it's actually about something else. As long as everyone's open and on board, you know, with changes and development and learning, because we're all going to be learning about the film. No one's completely in charge of it. I mean, you know, they become their own beasts because there's so many different inputs happening. You know, the director is there to steer, certainly, but you can't ever really be totally in control of every aspect of it because other people's ideas are involved, and that always changes it. And it won't ever be exactly what you do, because if that was the case, then you'd do everything as a director. So I always start thinking about it in terms of what it could be. And in the thinking about what it could be, mentally you go through things, you sort of hear it and mentally sort of audition and reject different approaches until you've sort of come across an approach. I mean, this is an academic process that goes on. You know, it's an intellectual process that goes on. It's about things that you're going to have to say. You're going to have to find words to describe what it is you think about the script or what it is you think about the film, and how is that realised musically. So you're constantly thinking, and in that process, normally you uncover or discover something which may be the key to the start. It's not the route to the end, but it will get your first door open, maybe, you know, and then at least there's a starting point. And from that point in, it is a matter of collaborating. It's a matter of communicating. It's a matter of learning to deal with people's personalities, with people's expectations, from people that you know, from people that you don't know, from people that you'll never meet, who will have something to say about what it is that you're doing. So much of the job, I think, is about dealing with people, about dealing with the way that they are. So in a way, sometimes you're sort of part counsellor. You know, you listen to a lot of ideas and complaints and problems about a film, and you try and be the person who says, well, we could try this, we could make that happen, why don't we apply this to it and see how we feel about it then. But you don't always come across the solution musically straight away. Sometimes you do. But for me, it's more like, can I find an approach emotionally which connects with the director? Are we going to share a common language about where we want this thing to go? You know, if we were on a date, how do you know, where do you see this going? What do you want from it? You know, in 2 years' time, what would you like to see happen? You know, I'd like to be travelling the world with you, or I'd like to be, you know, I'd like to have a couple of kids, or, you know, I'd like to get a dog and a horse and a tortoise. And so it's a bit like that, isn't it? You find, you know, you're finding each other out. You're feeling your way around the intimacy of the film and the relationship you are forced to have with a stranger in order to make it work. So that's where I start. It's not always where I finish.
When you start the actual writing process, do you compose while watching picture, or do you like to step away from picture?
I've changed my idea about that. I used to sort of write character themes, and then I would start at the beginning of the film and work through. Now, having done that a few times, I realise when I get to the end, sometimes I come up with an idea at the end that I think is going to be great at the beginning, and so you go back and you try it at the beginning, and then you're changing things a lot, which is all good and it's all part of the process. I've since Quantum of Solace, actually working with Mark on Quantum of Solace, he didn't want me to start looking at the picture. He wanted me to write music inspired by the idea of things that were happening in the film. And that was my first time doing that, and it's actually very liberating. He sent me sort of cut sequences of character pieces, not in the film, not things that was in the film. It was like Dominic Green, who was the main sort of villain in it, and part of this quantum team. He sent me footage of him walking, looking, being, and I had to write something for him, which became the main theme for the quantum thing. He would show me the different locations, and we would write, there'd be things that I'd write based on how I felt about looking at these places and where he was going. And I handed them to him, and then he cut them into the film in various places, in places that I would never put them. And they would work in a way that I wouldn't have done like that. And that's very exciting. Because when you are looking at, you hear something in your head and then you see the scene and you go like, how can I adapt this to fit that? And sometimes that's to the detriment of the music, in terms of its flow and its language. But when you have a piece of music and you're effectively using it as a temp, it actually becomes the music to the scene without you having had to do that. Now, this doesn't happen all the way through, but like there's a couple of key sequences where that happened and it felt like it was like a revelation to me. It was fantastic. So since then, I like read the script, or if I watch the show or the film, I will then put that film away and not look at it again for a while. And I will write music which is my impression of the film. It's all the things that I'd considered about the problems that the film has, and whether this is a thematic consideration or a textural approach. I try and write pieces of music. I hate to say they're sweets because they're not really. Some pieces of music inspired by the film, which follow their own logic. They're not constrained by the scene finishing a minute and a half in. I could write a 5-minute piece. They might not ever find a place in there, but somewhere in there, if you play it to someone, does that say what the film is? And that's what I would hope it does. So I've been doing that more, and I think that's been much more successful because as a creative person, casting off another set of constraints is great for compositional freedom, because it means that you can write to the strength of the music inspired by the film rather than making something which is a foot long fit into a 1.5-foot measurement.
How do you collaborate with arrangers and orchestrators?
I suppose I sort of sketch out every cue. So the cue is conceived, it is timed, it is sketched. So I tend to do like perhaps 2 string passes, like low end, high end. I would do like low brass, high brass, woods, whatever sort of key piano things are. Not absolutely everything. So there will be a version of the music intelligibly the scene and the score. And once that feels like it's working, what used to happen was, like Nick used to come over and we used to write down those lines one at a time when we didn't have the technology. But now I'll email him the MIDI sequence and a sort of rough demo of it, and talk about the scene and talk about the sort of size, scale, feel, everything. And Nick will then do a final orchestration and send it back to me, and I'll have a look at it and we just tweak from there. And it tends to be like that from cue to cue.
Nick being Nicholas Dodd?
Yes, Nicholas Dodd, yeah. When I was working at the studio, when I was doing student films, when I was sleeping on the floor, eating muesli out of a pillow sack, he was interested in buying it. He came to this place that sold equipment, and I was demonstrating equipment, and he wanted to buy a sampler, and there was this sampler that I really liked. It was a Yamaha TX16W, and it had a great French horn sample on it. And Nick came in, and I demoed it by playing the theme from Superman, John Williams. And we started talking about film music, and I told him that I was doing sort of student films, and he did a couple of commercials and making cassettes of his own music, and had synths and things like that, and had a little orchestra in Chelsea that he used to conduct. We liked the same things and got on. And then I saw him all the time because he used to come into this place, and we always used to talk about films. And I used to play him stuff that I'd done for like student films. And he would go, he goes, you could put a timpani on that bassoon and it would, that would help. I go, oh, yeah. And it wasn't actually until the Americans that I was able to even afford to pay for an orchestrator. So this was about 3 or 4 years later that had happened. So I had all my student films that I'd done on my own. And then doing it with Nick, it was just quicker as well, like someone not having to do like sort of final orchestrations on a film where you only have a few weeks to do it. And also he's better at it than I am, so it saves time, and it always seems to me that, I like the way he will do like a final voicing on something. But, he never has a blank page, it's always there, you could play it and it would be it. But he's incredibly good and incredibly quick. And the good thing about him conducting as well is that because he knows the cues intimately, so we'll have had the discussions about performance and what things should be. So that saves a lot of time and trouble as well. He has a very inclusive understanding of where we want to go with it, performance-wise. And also, if there's any changes, it's very quick to dictate a change with Nick because he's so brilliantly fast. Instead of having to take a break and work it out at piano, we could say, like, we need to lose the horns at bar 34 to 36. Can we put that line in violas, like briefly? And he'll dictate that from the stand rather than have to take it all down, write it out, and put it back again. And he's great as a conductor, very enthusiastic, very emotional. Sherlock, we don't work with Nick on Sherlock because there's not really the budget for that sort of thing. And other TV things have tended to not, but most of the time I'd work with Nick if I have the choice because he's brilliant.
Tell me about the score you're most proud of.
Do you know what? If I'm honest, I'm not sure that I've got one that I would say that this is the one that says something, because in all honesty there isn't one that I'm thinking like I'm more proud of this than anything else. In fact, I find the idea of pride in it quite odd in a way. I don't feel necessarily proud. I feel relieved that they've survived the process and made it to a film that's actually been released. I always loved radio, and I remember maybe one of the more satisfying things that ever happened was hearing Play Dead played on the radio for the first time, because it was a world that I had been involved with as an audience member for my whole life, and to hear something that you'd done on the radio, and for it to obviously have found a life of its own, for it to have found a place in the world outside of your mind and your room was a unique experience, because most of the time you're not used to things really going beyond a very small circle when you're doing student films, which is usually you, the student filmmaker, maybe the college where it's made, and a couple of people at a screening. So for something to find its way into the wider world was very exciting, and I still get I think more excited about hearing something I've done played on the radio than I do necessarily shown in a cinema. I'm not quite sure why that is, but maybe it's because it's just the music, and it becomes the focus, and it's there, and it's like that's what it is. So I'm not sure that I'm particularly proud. Would be a weird thing. I don't think. No, I think relief rather than pride.
Are there any scores that you were especially pleased with the way they turned out that you felt didn't get the recognition or the attention that you felt they deserved?
Well, I think I sort of go back to that thing about what's important about recognition, and I'm not sure that it is that important. For me, having done it is great. For it to exist is great. For it to exist in a form that I would be happy to play it to people that I admire and say, have a listen to this, and not to be embarrassed by it is great. So in the idea of like broader recognition, I'm not sure what the value is in that. For me, the value for me is the doing of it and the delivering of it and the realizing of it as a piece. Because what happens beyond that is completely beyond your control. I've done films. I've really liked the music for Amazing Grace, for instance, would be one where I've loved the score to that and the film. It wasn't a widely seen film, which I have no control over. I love the music, and I'd be, the only thing you regret in those instances is that that more people didn't hear it or see it. But in terms of recognition, having been recognised for things, and conceptualising not having been recognised for them, I'm not sure that it's that important as much as it is to me as it might be to other people. Because if you are or you're not, it's not going to rewind time and make my day any better having done it. It's like recognition is always something that happens after the event. If someone wants to give me for an Oscar for something I haven't done yet, you recognise me now while I'm still alive. I don't know. It's just not that important.
You brought up Amazing Grace, which was Michael Apted. What was special about that score to you?
Most of the films that I've done are sort of fantastical, fictional. Some of them sci-fi, some of them fantasy, some of them sort of action adventure, but fiction. And even though they're dealing with a certain amount of human truth, otherwise there's no drama and there's no story that you'd be interested in. But Amazing Grace, which was about the end of slavery, was about something that actually happened and the repercussions of which are still happening. So I felt that I had a sense of responsibility towards that music and that film, which was greater than other things that I'd done in terms of the intent and the content. Not necessarily the music, but the logic behind it and the thinking behind it and the intent behind it and the emotion behind it, because it was about real things, and I thought differently about that, and it feels more resonant for me as a piece because of what it was about. It might be my favourite, one of my favourite themes, at least, from the films that I've done, probably for that reason.
How do you think the film music industry has changed over the years since you started?
Is there a film music industry? There's studio system that makes films. There's record companies that sell records. Obviously, film, music, record sales have dropped considerably. You know, they're not the things that they used to be. People are still making films. They're still, thank God, employing composers. I think it would be a mistake to think that the film music industry is all about Hollywood films, because the large part of our discussions are about Hollywood films, and you know, British film, European film, Japanese film, very vibrant, exciting things happening, both in storytelling and in music. And so it's not all about, you know, the bubble of Hollywood filmmaking. And it feels like when we talk about the industry, you know, film music industry, it feels like we can only really talk about that. And what's happening in that? What's happening with that is probably the same as what's happening with the films at the upper level, is that there is still brilliant work being done and still brilliant films being made. But alongside that, there is also a certain homogenization of an approach to film scoring, which, like the films maybe that they accompany, have a sort of predilection for being familiar already, in that you kind of know what you're going to get before you hear it and before you see it. Which is, I suppose, the equivalent of fast food, isn't it, to a certain extent? I know what I want, and I know that tastes like what I want because I've had it before, so I want that again. And as someone else once said, if that's the sort of thing you like, then this is the sort of thing, then you'll like this. And that's the way a lot of contemporary big budget kind of Hollywood movies are, aren't they? If you like that, then you'll like this, because this is very much like that. And it feels like there are certain constraints on your creativity by making that happen, and it's only the odd breakout thing that happens which makes that change. So to a certain extent, it feels like perhaps the blinkers are closing and continue to close on some of the bigger things, because the risk is greater. So if the risk is greater, then the risks that we take creatively should be smaller. So it's understandable, but it's not the whole story. It's not film music around the world.
How do you think the development of technology has affected your work and the field of film composition generally?
I think the two things that have really changed for the worse have been digital editing. The idea that you can try 20 different cuts in 5 minutes using digital editing versus physical film. Actually having to lace up a machine, get to the point where you make the cut, take the film off, cut it with a razor blade, log the thing that you've taken out, join up the cut, glue it together, re-chalk that, put it back, line up the film, do the same thing. You know, you've really got to be committed to that edit to make that happen. But when it's sort of non-destructive, you know, a few keystrokes. So it's become very easy for editors to make changes quickly and then get back to where they were. But to then to impose the speed of that change on a composer, it's a bit like cutting into a speech. You would never make that cut in a speech so the speech wouldn't make sense, because that would involve then going back and rewriting the speech and re-recording the actors. But it happens with music all the time. You know, it's like we have to cut at this point dramatically for the picture, or we're going to try this and shunt it up. So the music that you've done is going to be changed to the point where actually it won't make sense now. And so you have to rewrite it. So that happens more frequently, which means that the amount of time that you have for writing new music becomes compressed because you're having to deal with changes from old cuts. And I think the second thing, so I mean, the biggest thing is the time constraint, and the amount of changes that can happen in that time have become much greater. And the other thing is the kind of rise in expectation of a fully orchestrated, presented demo, where you effectively present a finished version of the score. Otherwise, no one understands what's going on. It's the removal, I suppose, of sort of any creative ear, which would allow a filmmaker to maybe hear things differently, or make suggestions, or become involved more in the compositional aspect of it. Once you're presented with something which is so totally finished, it feels almost difficult to find a way into what the problem might be, if there's a problem with it. And also that adds to the workload as well. So you have the composition, and then you have the additional job of realizing that composition in a digital form, of making a demo with samples. So it's almost twice as much work to do the same thing. Because before, if you would write it out, you know that what it sounded like when you played by an orchestra. But the guy who was listening to it, the director, might not. But hopefully they trust you. When you have to realize the whole thing, you can spend so much time trying to find the right sound for an oboe that is going to be replaced anyway, and all the time I'm doing that, I'm not writing, and if I'm not writing, presumably that's what I'm here to do, is to write music for a film, and if I'm spending half of that time basically doing a rendition of what I've written in a way that's easy on the ear for someone to listen to, that seems a bit of a waste of time as well. I mean, I realise that it has great value to people who don't necessarily understand music, or who compute music in the same way, in that they can hear something which sounds close to what they're going to get. But that's, what you don't have is the humanity. What you don't have is the performance. What you don't have is, 85 world-class musicians putting everything into a performance, which is going to make your orchestral demo sound slightly pathetic. Not entirely pathetic. It's a bit like going into the Louvre and all the paintings are photocopies. Now, they look like the paintings, they're the same colour and they're the same size. But if you put it next to the original thing, the actual painting, vibrancy, humanity, temperament, emotion is all there. And it's really not in a photocopy. And that feels like the difference to me. And my worry is that if people get used to seeing a photocopy, then they're going to say, why do we need to bother with the original? If your expectation level comes down to the point of like, I can't hear the difference. And also it encourages, I think, composers to work to the strength of the sounds that they have rather than the music that you could be making. If your sound library only allows you to do 10 different things, then you're not going to be able to do the 11th thing that you would do if you weren't, because I can't make that work for someone because I don't have a sample of 150 violins. I mean, I'm going to have 150 violins and they're all going to be hitting their instruments with rubber bands. It's going to sound amazing, but I don't have perhaps I better not do that, because you're not going to be able to hear it and you're not going to know what it sounds like. And then if you don't like it, it's going to be too expensive. All those things. I don't know if there is an equivalent for actors, really. Is it asking the actor to basically audition every line in the film that they do before they get to do it? I want you to come in and I want you to read every line in this film, not with the actors that you've got, but just to me, and then I want to see whether I like what you're doing. And he would say, you know what, if I'm in a room, it's going to make me feel different. If I'm in costume, it's going to be different. If I'm playing with another actor, it's going to be different. It's going to be the same words, You're going to understand what I'm saying, but the performance is going to be different. No, I want you to just do that. In fact, do it on this voice synthesizer, and get it as close as you can to what you're going to sound like, and I'll judge it based on that. They wouldn't do that.
What are your hopes for film composition in the future?
What I like about technology is the democratization of realization of ideas. I think there are plenty of people that have some brilliant creative ideas that aren't necessarily trained and can realize them now with technology. I've got no problem with that whatsoever. Are we just talking about the future of orchestral writing? You know, is that really what we're talking about? Because we're not having this conversation about electronic work, about working with synths and working with sound design. So I would presume that in the world of that kind of approach, more technology just means more opportunity to be great and to be surprising and to create things that we haven't heard before, which is to be welcomed. But if we're talking about writing films, you know, like orchestral writing, then I think the greatest thing you could probably do as a composer is like step away from the click. It is to try and write in response to the picture and not to be a slave to a tempo map. And I think it's something that Rachel Portman does, and I think Dario Marianelli does it as well. Whereas if you have your thematic ideas, you would play a scene without click, and you would play ebb and flow with the dynamics of the picture, and you would create a much more human interaction with what's going on, with the pulse of the story. And you create your tempo map and your bar map after you've done that. So like Debussy, you might write a 1 bar long piece, but that piece lasts 4 minutes. But for the process of actually putting it in front of an orchestra and orchestrating it, you have to divide it into tempo. So you do that after the event. That's going to make for I mean, in a way, that's what traditional writing was. You know, it's like you would know that you had to get from there to there to there, and you would watch a scene and you would feel the tempo of it, and you'd sort of make a rough note of that, and then you'd feel that it would somehow it would speed up at that part of that, and then you would kind of write knowing that you were getting towards this moment, and you would write vertically rather than horizontally, and it would be like a 3-dimensional realization of a piece. And you would get to that point, and then that would change. You probably wouldn't think like that if you're thinking sequentially, because computers tend to dictate to you the way that you work if you allow them. And if you say the feeling of this cue feels like it's 127 BPM, then it's 127 BPM. You start playing at that speed, and you tend to stick with it. You know, you don't stop after 3 bars and change, and then, you know, like 2.5 bars later, change again slightly and move that. You know, you tend to build up sequentially like you would a record. Whereas like you have a single idea, and then you add things to that idea to make it bigger or smaller or louder and quieter. That's not expanding the composition. It's a bit like a dance track where you have a like sort of 4 or an 8 bar idea, and then that is, you add things to it, and it becomes more urgent as a result of things being added to it. You know, which is like the joy of listening to, you know, like traditional orchestral writing, is that it eschews all that, and it sort of balletically plays around all the different colours of the orchestra, and entertains your ear in a much more elegant fashion, I think. But if the language of cinema is becoming insistent and metronomic, then that's something you have to choose to participate in or not participate in. If you do a film where the expectation is that's the kind of score that we want, you can't really complain if they say we don't like what you're doing because it's not the sort of thing that we want. So you either do it or you don't do it. But I still think there is room for a more creative use of electronic an approach and of the use of sequences, which can be as organic and as fascinating as purely orchestral writing. But it does mean getting away from the dictatorship of the click.